It's 29. This mic it's the logistics. Mics are live. Everyone should know your mics are live. We're about to go live. Everybody ready? Are you ready? The regular meeting of the Indianapolis Public Library Board is now called to order. I'll ask Ms. Angie Gilbert to call the roll, please.
Mr. Biederman,
Present.
Mr. Lane,
Present.
Dr. Murtada,
Present.
Dr. Payne,
Present.
Ms. Tribble,
Present.
and Dr. White.
Present.
We do have a quorum.
Chair recognizes a quorum. Good evening to all my fellow board members and to the library staff and community members in attendance tonight. I look forward to a productive and respectful discussion and am eager to hear from the speakers who are scheduled to present tonight. Since our February meeting, the Board of Trustees and NDPL leadership have been working diligently to move several key initiatives forward. Included in these efforts is the development of the NDPL Climate Improvement Plan. Later tonight, Acting CEO Gregory Hill will present the first dashboard update on this plan. Thank you, Mr. Hill, to you and your team for hard work and effort on this. And we're excited to hear your update. Before I continue, I'd like to give a warm welcome to the newest member of the NDPL Board of Trustees, Dr. Eugene White. Dr. White brings a wealth of experience to the board, pulling from his many years in education administration. And most notably, he served as superintendent of IPS and is president of Martin University. Also, just last week, he was appointed interim principal of North Central High School. Dr. White is an author, an avid golfer, and a film connoisseur. All the members of this board are well aware that the first priority listed in the library board manual is to get to know and establish relationships with other board members. Dr. White has already begun this process, and I encourage him to continue to deepen those connections throughout his tenure on the board. Thank you, Dr. White, for your dedication to Indianapolis and speaking on behalf of the entire board. We're looking forward to working with you to secure a bright future for our library.
Thank you very much.
I would also like to recognize Curtis Bigsby's resignation from the NDPL board. Due to his recent move of residence outside of Marion County, the board is grateful for Curtis's years of service and for the perspective that he brought to our work. We wish him all the best. The Marion County Commissioners will soon be appointing a replacement to fill the vacant seat left on the board. This board and I are committed to working closely with the individual identified by the commissioners to continue moving the library forward. Throughout March, the entire NDPL system provided programming and activities to celebrate Women's History Month, from highlighting female authors and trailblazers to bringing local history to life through performances commemorating Madam C.J. Walker. Our branches set aside time to shine a light on contributions and accomplishments, to uncover untold stories, and to learn how perseverance, strength, and persistence prevail in the face of discrimination. I encourage everyone in attendance tonight to take advantage of the Women's History Month resources that NDPL has curated both online and in person before the end of the month. We also had an opportunity this month to support the Indianapolis Public Library Foundation through its annual fundraiser, Circulate, which was held at Central Library. Congratulations to Foundation Executive Director Roberta Jaggers and the foundation for another successful event. We appreciate all the support that the foundation provides to NDPL. So many good things this month. And next month, celebrations will continue as the library kicks off several months of observing the 150th anniversary. Happy birthday, NDPL. Tonight, I'm excited that we're continuing our post-pandemic practice of rotating our board meetings through the branches to showcase the work that's being done at all of our locations. It's encouraging to see how each branch is working to meet the needs of its community and to create safe and engaging spaces for all. Thank you to the Southport Library for hosting us tonight. The pizza was good. We're warm now and everybody's here. We're glad to see you and to be able to see this branch. I'd like to now call forward Ms. Fiona Duke, who's manager of the Southport branch, to provide us with a report on the branch's community and offered services. Welcome, Ms. Duke.
Thank you. Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. President Tribble, members of the library board, and all of our guests, welcome to Southport Branch Library. You will find our branch profile starting on page 3 of the board packet. Southport is a regional branch with a staff of fabulous 22 individuals and 8 volunteers. Southport opened in 1974. So if you're doing the math, next year is our 50th anniversary, so we'll have to celebrate. We received an internal renovation in 2016. In fact, the room you are sitting in was formerly known as our main entrance. We are the southernmost branch and the Sunday location serving the south side. Our service area is bordered by 465 to the north, Emerson to the east, Shelby to the west, and County Line to the south. In addition to system-wide program offerings, we have 2 weekly story times, and once a month we have Tot Art, Family Game Day, Pause to Read, a craft program for teens, and an adult book club. We are a seed library location, which you'll find out in our marketplace. And we maintain a little library at the Adult and Child Center on Madison. We host summer servings in June and July, thanks to the support from the Perry Township Schools Food Service Department. In December 2022, we began lending 50 hotspots through a generous grant from AARP. We were chosen based on the combination of residents over 55 and broadband adoption rates. This year, we partnered with Through the Ages Fitness to offer a 12-week chair aerobics class. This has been very popular. It's funded by the foundation, and the weekly attendance in the first 4 weeks has ranged from 27 to 36.
Great.
It's great numbers. We had to cut off our registration list. It was out of control. According to Savvy's community profile, 17.1% of the residents in our service area were born outside the US. Since 2010, the Asian population, primarily Burmese, has increased by 11% to 16.5%. According to a 2020 Indianapolis monthly article, approximately 20,000 Burmese have made the South Side their home. The Perry Township School System has approximately 16,300 students. 46% of their students speak a language other than English. And that represents 73 different countries. The percentage of English learners at our 3 nearest elementaries is high. Mary Bryan has 42.8%, Winchester Village 50.8%, and Southport Elementary at 55%. We recently have welcomed new neighbors from Afghanistan and the Democratic Republic of Congo. One of our most frequent questions is related to English classes and where to find them. We direct patrons to contact Central 9 Career Center, which is in Johnson County, but a close neighbor, or the Immigrant Welcome Center. Through a partnership with the Immigrant Welcome Center, we host a twice weekly Pathway to Literacy class. They were in here earlier today, every Monday and Wednesday from 1 to 3. The class serves English language learners with interrupted formal schooling, usually 6 years or less. There are currently 19 students enrolled representing Afghanistan, Myanmar, and the DRC. We also offer English conversation circles on Monday night. That's happening right now in study room 2. And occasionally we partner with the EL teachers from Central 9 when they bring their students out for tours of the library, and we happily issue library cards. Do you have any questions for me?
You have shared some wonderful initiatives that are meeting the needs of the 17% that are here. And your partnership with the Immigrant Welcome Center is really laudable. Thank you so much
You're
for
welcome.
making sure that the library meets the needs of this growing diverse population.
We've been
How do you differentiate between the Afghani refugee and the one from Congolese?
Well, for Afghan, I've actually had the opportunity to meet several of the families. Most of our new families live over in the Green Tree Apartments, which you can just walk through the parking lot and into theirs. And I had an opportunity to meet, I gave a tour for our Afghan residents, and they had one of the gentlemen was able to translate in Pashto for everyone, and we issued some cards. So I've just had an opportunity to meet with them. For the DRC, it's based, I don't have an actual contact to know I don't question everyone who walks in, but we often get to help people at the copier with their documents. And sometimes in conversation, we find out where they are coming from. And then from the school system, knowing who is new in the area. So.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Okay.
You mentioned that there is a Burmese population of 20,000 folks
Yes.
here in the South Side.
Yes.
I remember when I worked here, there used to be someone on staff who was Burmese. Are
Yes.
there still folks
We
on
still
staff?
have one individual. We've had several staff members over the years. They've been in part-time capacities. Often they're college students, and then they graduate and they move on to their next adventure. But we do have someone on staff, Ba K. She's actually here tonight at the circulation desk. So
That's great.
yes.
I've also met a lot of Spanish speakers in the apartment complex, I think just south of here.
Yes.
Is there anyone on staff that can speak Spanish?
Not fluently. We have a couple of members who have basic Spanish, but yeah, that would be something nice to have in future. So
Yeah. Or have training or classes for
Yeah,
staff to increase
absolutely.
their Spanish.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Duke, for your report.
You are welcome.
And
Thank
thanks
you.
again to the library staff and members. for our work. The next agenda item is public comment. At every regular library board meeting, we open with the time for public comment. We welcome feedback from the public about the libraries, and this is the time when the public may address the library board. If there are several of you representing the same group, please select a spokesperson. Please do not repeat the same comments someone else has offered. And please note also that this public comment time is not the appropriate forum for commenting on matters related to alleged employee misconduct. Any such matters should be brought promptly to the attention of the acting CEO or the Human Resources Department, where matters can be properly addressed in compliance with established library policies and procedures. There will be a 5-minute time limit for each speaker. And because this meeting is a matter of public record, we ask that each speaker, when you come up, that you give your name and your address. So I will ask Ms. Angie Gilbert to read the names of those who signed up to speak.
Yes, our first speaker is Mahassan Amin, and the next will be Eli Mori.
Hello, members of the board. Dr. White, thank you so much for joining us here. I would like to say thank you to the members of the board here because 15 is a very important number for me. $15 is now the minimum salary that a page can make coming into the library. But there's another reason why 15 is important, because we are spending $15,000 a month for a CAO. At $190,000 a year divided by 12, it's almost $16,000 a month. As a member of the community, as a longtime Indianapolis resident, it is extremely frustrating to watch the taxpayer dollars being spent on more than you'd be spending on a CEO salary, frankly. And as much as I want to give the board your laurels for getting that minimum up and, giving pay raises across the board, what are we getting with $15,000 a month? What is that buying us? I've seen services being cut. I've seen support for community-led events being cut. What are we spending that $15,000 a month on? And my question remains from the January board meeting: how much are we spending on police presence? What are we doing with taxpayer dollars? What is another CEO search going to result in? Who in their right mind would want to come and work here right now? I meet all the qualifications to be director, at least the ones that are listed on paper. I wouldn't apply for this job. I absolutely would not. And that hurts me because I actually love this library system. I started working here when I was 18 years old. I have spent almost 20 years working in public libraries. And I am saddened that this is the point that we've come to, that this is the legacy of the Indianapolis Public Library. I wanted better. I can still hope for better. But what are we spending $15,000 a month on? Which, by the way, is double the average salary of your regular page. So we're spending more in 2 months for a CAO than we pay some of the employees. And I think that is an important perspective that we must keep in mind as you are responsible for the fiduciary responsibility within the library. Thank you.
Eli Maury, and the next person is Jim Wertz.
Hello. Hi, my name is Eli Maury. I'll be here representing the Indianapolis Liberation Center tonight. I have a few things to say. The first thing I'd like to say is I'd like to reiterate something that several people here have said again and again and again, but I think it bears repeating, which is that the public has not really been given a straightforward answer as to why Nichelle Hayes is not being appointed as the CEO. There hasn't been any straightforward answer. The best we've gotten is sort of hinting at the idea that maybe she's not qualified, which in the first place, if she's not, there's 2 points. Again, this has been said many times, but I think it bears repeating. The first is, why was she one of 2 finalists to become the CEO of the public library in the first place? If she wasn't, why did the library board allow her to get to that place if she wasn't qualified to run the public library? That's my first question. My second question, or my second point rather, is that she is fully qualified. She did a great job in the 8 months that she spent as the interim CEO. And if you compare her to other past CEOs of the public library, like Jackie Needis, for example, who we kicked out, the people of this community kicked out because we saw that she was racist, that she was anti-worker, that she was ineffective. Compared to her, Hayes is fully qualified. But I think a more important point is this. What do you want the library's relationship, members of the board? What do you want the library's relationship with the public to be like? Do you want the public to see you as servants of the public who are here to do what's best for us, to do what we ask? Do you want Black patrons of the library, women patrons of the library, LGBTQ patrons of the library, all of us here who have shown up month after month after month do you want us to feel like this library is a place for us, where our feedback is valued, where our concerns are taken seriously, where you care for our health and our wellness and our development as human beings, that respects workers and their right to organize and make decisions collectively? Or do you want people to see the library leadership as out of touch or even antagonistic to the community, as the past several months of disregard and obfuscation on the part of the board have made all of us feel? I'm sure I'm not the only one who feels that way in this room. As we've said again and again, I'm repeating it because it seems like we're talking to a brick wall. There is a way to make this right. The members of the board who have stood in the way of Hayes' appointment should resign immediately. They have fully exhausted the trust and the patience of the people of this city. And before they step down, they should do what they can to mitigate the harm that's been done by appointing Hayes now. Dr. White, welcome to the board. The last month, several people made public comment and said that they were excited to see that you were joining the board. I have to say it's refreshing to see a new face on the board after all of these months of talking at the same people who don't seem to listen to anything that I have to say. Dr. White, do the right thing, do the just thing, do the smart thing, do what the people have been struggling for. Cast your vote in favor of Nichelle Hayes' appointment as CEO at the next opportunity. 2 more quick points since I have a minute left. One is that I think we've made it clear by now that we're not going to go away. We're going to be here month after month after month until our voice is heard. We've been here already for, a year and a half. I don't know, the past 6 months at least, I've been to every single one of these board meetings. We're committed to seeing this process through. We will not go away until we see the library placed in the capable hands of someone who we trust, who will take our needs seriously, and that person is Nichelle Hayes. The last thing I want to say is, once again, why are there police officers standing in the doorway? Why are there men with guns waiting for us as soon as we come in the door here? Does that really signal that this is a family-friendly environment when there are people with weapons walking around, acting intimidating at us when we come in here? Again, nobody here has ever threatened a board member. Nobody here has ever acted in a threatening way. We just come here to make our voices heard, and so I don't think that there need to be multiple cops here every single time we come. I would like to come to a board meeting and not have to see people with guns standing around. Thank you.
And when Mr. Wertz is done, it will be Sam Jones.
Yeah, this is going to be real quick. This is a minor matter. About 4 or 5 months ago, I came and I was trying to get them to loosen up the security on just one computer in the whole system, because Greenwood, Johnson County, IUPUI, Ivy Tech, I could run a computer program on a flash drive. You can't do it anywhere in Marion County. So the computers are kind of dumbed down a little bit. You can't do any really serious academic stuff. And I'm sorry to take those 30 seconds.
Sam Jones and then Riley Bove.
Hello again. All right. My name is Sam James. My pronouns are they, them, and I'm not giving my address. I, of course, was pleased to hear of Bixby's resignation. That's one down, 2 to go, right? And I don't know who read the Recorder article that came out, I think on the 16th, about his resignation. But Bixby wrote a letter to his appointing body, the Marion County Board of Commissioners, that asked them to appoint, quote, someone who will not waver or be intimidated by a few voices that seem to overpower the silent majority, end quote. And I gotta laugh every time I hear the phrase silent majority. I just gotta laugh, because isn't that always the rallying cry of those who are taking an unpopular position? No matter how many people come to speak out against that position, they fully believe that they've got the silent majority on their side. It's just a coincidence that that silent majority doesn't come out to speak for themselves. In the related news, I totally have a girlfriend, guys. She lives in Canada, which is why no one's ever met her. Also, the Wi-Fi signal is very spotty. To that point again, I keep my Why Not Michelle pin on my lanyard at work because I'm proud of being an active community member. And just last week, I was approached by someone that is, I would describe as politically disinterested. She avoids all conversations about politics, does her best not to get involved. And you know what she said when she saw my pin? She said, "Oh my gosh, where did you get that? Where can I get one?" There is no silent majority that is standing with the members of the board blocking Michelle's appointment to CEO of DPL. Not even my incredibly conservative, kind of racist parents are against this. They signed the petition in favor of Michelle last year. Not because like they want to go to bat for a Black woman who's being overlooked for a job what she's well qualified for, but because even they can see that the political maneuvering of this board has been incredibly unsubtle to the point of comedy. Now, I will admit that when I first heard of Dr. Eugene White's appointment, I was a little disappointed. I wanted Carla Lopez Owens to get that position, especially when I heard that several council members were apparently unaware of multiple applicants to that role. However, Dr. White's comments to the press and the character references that I've heard from others who've known him throughout his career have assuaged many of those concerns. The excuses the board has given us on why you refused to hire Hayes as CEO have been weak, as he mentioned. Our questions have not been answered adequately. So I look forward to Dr. White's term as an NDPL board member and his actions toward resolving this frankly embarrassing matter. Anyway, I just have one last thing that I want to say today, which is about the cancellation of the mobile HIV testing clinics. Was the goal to get more people at these meetings? Because I think like, congrats. I'm told that there were liability concerns about offering these tests on library grounds. I don't want to challenge it. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not really interested in like a long explanation of why HIV testing is any more like liably dangerous for the library than offering COVID-19 shots. Because frankly, if the library leadership had wanted to, they would have found a way to keep this service available. Instead, at the same time, there are bills upon bills upon bills of like anti-gay, anti-trans, anti-queer coming through the legislature. The library has decided to prevent folks from accessing potentially life-saving HIV tests. And to me, from where I'm sitting, that just looks like homophobia. Last board meeting, board members were implored to contact their senator regarding SB 12, which is a bill that seeks to restrict the materials available in school libraries and would strip legal protections from librarians working in libraries that circulate materials deemed inappropriate. And I don't know if any of y'all bothered to do anything about that, call your senator, whatever. Here's the thing though, if NDPL leadership is unwilling to fight to keep life-saving services available to its patrons, how can I trust NDPL leadership to resist political pressures on its catalog, on its materials? Because frankly, y'all have not done anything to engender trust. So that is all I had to say today. I hold out hope that the board will make the right decision regarding Michelle Hayes, but at this point, I'm kind of just excited to see what nonsense y'all have for us next month.
Yes, Raleigh Bove, and then Wild Style Pascal will be next.
Good. Okay. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Riley Bove. I was here last month, and I'm here once again to give the support to the library workers. Yeah. And to Michelle Hayes, who undoubtedly should be the next CEO of this library system. So So Hayes have shown time after time that she deserves the position. Despite certain board members' objections, I'm not going to name names, Hope Tribble, Raymond Biederman, citing her supposed lack of managerial experience. She has shown her experience as an interim CEO for about 8 to 9 months. That's it's almost a full calendar year. And also the head of the Center for Black Literature. She has shown her experience and should be recognized as such. Period. By not listening to the library workers and the community, these certain members are doing a disservice to the positions that they were elected to. Dr. White, I've heard a lot of good things about you, and we know that you will do the right thing by supporting the hiring of Michelle. Thank you so much.
Wildchild Pascal, and next would be Tony Davis.
Good evening, members of the board. It was good to see Dr. Payne and Dr. Murtada and Stephen. Welcome, Dr. White, to Hope and Hope Tribble and Ray Biederman. Congratulations on once again packing the house for yet another library meeting. Before I go into the original reason I came here, I want to talk about the HIV testing issue. That concerns me a lot. Again, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know what the liability is on that, but I hope it gets fixed too. And I couldn't imagine that the liability on that is for the NDPL is worse than the letter that the board or part of the board signed off disparaging Nichelle Hayes to the press simply for putting her name in the hat for the CEO position. So again, I'm not a lawyer, but I mean, if we can, the HIV testing had been going on just fine here, but we're talking about liability, maybe you should start with your own actions. I'm mainly speaking to Dr. White. We want you to be our friend. All the other board members, some of them I've known for years, and some of them I've gotten to know over the last 4 or 5 months, meeting after meeting after meeting. But we're looking to you to do something about the ethics issues. I think you know by now that the CEO search was a sham. Mr. Brown can give you all the documents that he gave me to prove that it was a sham. That Hope, who ran both the CEO search and the board's DEI work, rigged it so that DEI was 4 times less impactful on the scoring rubrics to get a candidate like Morley, who was not qualified to do this job here. Even this morning or yesterday morning, when I looked on the website, that it still reflects that the board passed a resolution to remove Nichelle Hayes when I have the documents and it says nothing of the sort. We're hoping that you stamp out corruption on this board. Previous to the CEO search, the fiasco with Jackie Needus went on for months and months and months and months and months and protests until some of the philanthropic families decided to pull the trigger and allow CICF to pull the funding from the library itself. These board members that participated in this wrongdoing are not the friend of the communities, they're not the friend of the libraries, and they are not your friend. We want to be your friend, and we want you to be our friend. We're hoping that you do the right thing and fix these issues, because this is a public institution. I think it's not just about the books, it's about the future of our library and what is it that we want that to be? We want this to be a place for everyone, and denying people HIV testing for I don't know what reason, honestly, is scary. And that's something that didn't happen under Nichelle Hayes. Nichelle Hayes has a very similar level of qualifications that Jackie Needus had when she took over the library system in 2012? And yet they fought and fought and fought until some of the philanthropic foundations decided to not fund them anymore to keep Jackie. So I don't understand why we can't give Nichelle a shot. There's just no reason for this. So please, again, we want to be your friend and we want you to be our friend. Thank you.
Tony Davis, and then Michael Torres is next.
Before I start on my time, I just want to thank the board. My name is Tony Davis. I'm a community organizer and a resident of Indianapolis. Public library is a library that is accessible by the general public and is usually funded from public sources such as taxes. It is operated by librarians and library paraprofessionals who are also civil servants. There are 5 fundamental characteristics shared by public libraries. They are generally supported by taxes. They are governed by a board to serve the public interest. They are open to all, and every community member can access the collection. They are entirely voluntary. No one is ever forced to use the services provided, and they provide library and information services without charges. Public libraries exist in many countries across the world and are often considered an essential part of having an educated and literate population. Dr. White, do you remember our conversation directly after the sham of a meeting at the City County Council Municipal Corps regarding your appointment on this board? You remember that you stated to myself that you were in support of Nichelle as the next CEO of the Indy Public Library, and that if there were benchmarks needed, you don't see why that should be an issue to not appoint her. You also stated to myself that you were in support of a Hispanic representation on this board if a position opened up, since once again, the sham of the way the City County Council conducts its appointment is not by the will of the people, but handpicking who they want to be in control over these boards. And I highlighted that due to the population of our city, the broken process and non-transparency, they need to be represented as well. You remember this conversation? I hope that you are a man of your word, regardless of the influences by those in money and power. I hope that you will serve the public's interest and not by people who uphold white supremacy ideation / oppression and patriarchal toxicity knowingly or unknowingly. I hope that you will support our public institutions over the privatization efforts seen not only in our schools across the country, but also in our public libraries. After all, this grifting, the money greed, the power drunken stupor, the efforts to put profits over those who need institutions like this are out there. Who needs these institutions? Definitely not those with money or power. This is something many of us have forgotten. This is something many of our elected officials have forgotten, or then again, maybe not. So forgive me if I seem a little pessimistic when people are put in positions of power, especially by those who have forgotten the balance of doing what is best by all, the people, which includes those who depend on services. Forgive me if I seem a little pessimistic and agitated when the will of the people is circumvented. Forgive me for being frustrated that people have forgotten that being elected means you represent the people, all the people, and in this case, appointed by elected officials. Forgive me for not believing what is told, because far too often I see what is being told, quoted by literary scholar James Baldwin. I'm also reminded by Martin Luther King Jr. and Harry Belafonte's conversation about what he feared in this thing we want so much to be treated as equal and respected. Activist Harry Belafonte shared a moment about his friend. Midway through the civil rights movement, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. realized that the struggle for integration would ultimately become a struggle for economic rights. Belafonte reflected, I remember the last time we were together at my home, shortly before he was murdered. He seemed quite agitated and preoccupied, and I asked him what the problem was. According to Belafonte, King responded, I've come upon something that disturbs me deeply. We have fought hard and long for integration, as I believe we should have, and I know we will win, but I've come to believe that we are integrating into a burning house. I am afraid that America has lost the moral vision she may have had, and I'm afraid that even as we integrate, we are walking into a place that does not understand that this nation needs to be deeply concerned with the plight of the poor and disenfranchised. Until we commit ourselves to ensuring that the underclass is given justice and opportunity, we will continue to perpetuate the anger and violence that tears the soul of this nation. I fear I'm integrating my people into a burning house. Belafonte said he asked King, what should we do? And King replied that we should become firemen, King said. Let us not stand by and let the house burn. The will of what the people want is Nichelle Hayes to be CEO of our public library. No more new standards when those predecessors weren't held to the same account. No more delays because efforts beyond the public purview are being attempted and they feel Nichelle would be a hindrance to their objectives. Nichelle has proven to be a leader and well-respected member of our community, even during her time as interim CEO. Nichelle understands this institution serves the underclass of all ethnicities across all the population. I believe her as the people believe her. Nichelle is trying to be a fire woman. Let us not stand by and appoint Hayes now. Thank you so much.
While we wait for the next person to come, may I ask that the temperature in this room be raised? It is really cold.
Michael Torres, and then Will Sonnenberger. Next.
Good evening, board members. My name is Michael Torres. I am a public service associate at Central Library, and I will be celebrating my 26th year with NDPL in 4 months. In my years, I have worked for 5 CEOs, 3 interim CEOs, and 1 acting CEO. I am seeing many changes in our library system, and the experience I am most proud of is voting in our union, ASME Local 3395 in 2007. One of my most disappointing experiences was the CEO search. This is my recall of the NDPL search process since I was on the committee. As a member of the CEO search committee, I personally feel the search was rigged from the beginning. I felt this process was for show, performative, and intentionally limited our participation. Several times information was withheld from us. For example, survey results from at least 3 different groups that I know of, staff, community, and executive community, was never shared with the search committee. And what makes this crucial is that data at one point was one of the resources used to justify not hiring Nichelle M. Hayes, the candidate who made it through twice. The other reasons floating around are Nichelle is not qualified, and the doozy was that Nichelle was a person who breached the search by calling a candidate's employer. At the first meeting of the CEO search committee, it was thought the committee would be charged with selecting the CEO. After some discussion, the committee's responsibility changed to sending 3 candidates to the board to interview with a candidate recommendation. I was never asked for a candidate recommendation. The process began when the committee reviewed the job description. It went through a few edits and was posted for the month of June. When it closed, we were told 13 applications were received. 6 candidates met minimum requirements. A few did not have a Master of Library Science degree or the years of service, and 2 were fully qualified, Ms. Hayes being one. The search committee thought we would review them, but we didn't. We never saw them. The job posting was in limbo until September, when the consultants Bradbury Miller, who seemed to have come untouched in this fiasco, convinced the search committee chair and trustee Hope Tribble to rewrite the job description and re-advertise it because the ad didn't attract enough candidates. So the position was reposted for the month of September, The consultants Bradbury Miller suggested we talk up the city more in the revised job description and to talk about the climate improvement plan. They also insisted we increase the salary range because an applicant said they would apply if the salary was higher. The initial salary range
was 140,000 to 180. It changed from 185 to 200 plus. The revised posting ran for the month of September. It garnered 20 applications. The search committee and the public were invited to the West Perry branch to review the applications. The chatter I heard around one corner of the table had a clear candidate in mind, Gabriel Morley. At the end of the meeting, the number was cut to 10 candidates. Soon after the initial review, we learned one candidate bowed out, so we were down to 9 candidates to schedule for Zoom interviews. 2 days into October, we're scheduled for Zoom interviews. After the second day of the interviews, the committee completed an online survey whose results were used only to pick the 3 finalists. There was no mention that we were rating them as good, better, or best. The 3 candidates were informed they were finalists and to plan on attending the public forum in November. Sometime between the candidates being informed of making the finals and the scheduled public forum, another candidate bowed out. An email to the search committee said the search had been compromised and an investigation was taking place into the breach. Now we were down to 2 candidates, Morley and Hayes. The public forums take place, Morley bombs, Hayes soars. The board offers Gabriel Morley the job. The other remaining candidate, who was also the interim CEO all during this search process, Michelle M. Hayes, was told to return to her old job as director of the Center for Black Literature and Culture the next day, and Gregory Hill was made interim CEO. Morley declines the job. Hayes is not offered the job. In contrast, a while back, I recall a conversation, okay, I'll finish up real quick. In a committee meeting with trustees, Dr. Terry Jett and board president Jose Salinas concerning the next CEO search. Salinas stated the next CEO should be hired from within, while other board members were advocating for a national search. I assumed Salinas was thinking CEO Jackie Needus would not be renewing her contract when it ended on December 31st, 2021, thus clearing the path for the Director of Public Service, John Helling, to slide right in. In my opinion, the reasons for not offering Ms. Hayes the position are personal. I don't recall seeing Tribble in NDPL or any CBLC program, so how could she know Michelle? How could she be relying on what the previous CEO told her, and that Ms. Hayes over the years rightfully filed a few grievances over her salary, her job description, and her performance evaluation. I feel the board never intended to offer Ms. Hayes the job. They picked Morley in the beginning and created this breach by saying someone called the candidate's employer, resulting in them bowing out. This made it easier for them to select Morley, but since that didn't work out, they're spreading that she's not qualified and there are HR issues which they can conveniently get around by stating that information is confidential.
Mr. Torres.
Throughout my 25 years at NDPL, the board hired 2 outside candidates and the board fired both, making our record with outside candidates 0-2. Thank you.
Will Burger. And then next would be Michael, you signed up twice.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Okay. Okay, and then it would be Brooks Bear then.
Hi, I'm Will Sharpenberger. I'm a librarian in adult services at Central. I was born and raised in Indianapolis. I left a couple times for school, but I came back about a year ago because this is my community and this is my home. I'm taking a risk to speak to you to advocate for myself and fellow library workers. I've only been with the library about 10 months, but what I've seen, heard, and experienced in those 10 months has really struck me. I want to talk to you about trauma. A therapist told me once that trauma is about powerlessness, that the intense or repeated experience of powerlessness leaves a lasting mark on us that, when left unresolved, can change our brains in the way that we experience and move through the world. Maybe you can imagine some of the sources of powerlessness that NDPL workers have faced in the recent past. A work environment likened to a plantation, driven by a command and control management philosophy that still persists at many levels. A seemingly never-ending rotation of leaders at many levels, robbing workers of a consistent and reliable work environment. A transformation from information work to care and social work with minimal support or even acknowledgement for the material effects of that transition. What do you really know about the day-to-day in the library and experiences of workers? For example, do you know how many times library employees have administered Narcan so far this year? I also learned recently in a talk on trauma-informed information literacy that trauma is about loss of connection to others, to the world, and to ourselves. When I see and hear workers who are checked out or burned out, when I am burnt out after only 10 months, I know there is connection missing. What are you as leaders doing to foster or maintain connection for yourselves, for workers, for the community? Where are the needs and experiences that I shared present in your conversations, deliberations, and decisions? I'm really concerned about a stark absence of empathy, resistance to the idea of community care, growing lack of trust, and a culture that seeks to stifle communication and connection. You're very, very lucky to have a workforce of people who are passionate about what they do, who are committed to the freedom of information, and who work hard every day to be of service to their communities. You should be concerned about how to keep them. As turnover increases, institutional knowledge walks out the door. You should consider your own attentiveness to the needs and experiences of employees. Employees need a leader who will see them, seek out their needs, and invest in them with a sense of urgency. Employees don't need a leader who will throw more resources after already consolidated power when mountains of climate improvement data scream to go the other direction. Employees need a leader who is humble enough to acknowledge that they have room to listen and learn, and then actually does that, who will insist on communication and understanding, not obedience. Employees need a leader who already understands what it means to live the values of diversity, equity, inclusion, access, and belonging, that embodying those values means being open to change of your organization and yourself. Employees need a leader who will not shy away from the tough conversations in service of maintaining the status quo. Employees need a leader who will deal with the harms of the past, embrace healing, and model a just way of working together. Employees need a leader who will take a risk, embrace change, and do something that has never been done before. Employees need a leader who will advocate for them, communicate with them, and see value in connecting. Thank you.
Brooks Bear, and then next will be Benjamin Trey.
Hi, my name is Brooks Bear. It's gonna be short. As a resident of Indianapolis and someone who cares about the future of the library and the community that it serves, I strongly urge you to appoint Hayes as president of this library.
Benjamin Trey, and the next will be Jason Jones.
Hi, evening. My name is Benjamin Tracy. I'm a resident of Indianapolis. I would like to thank the board members. Yeah, sure. Thank you. No, thank you. I want to express gratitude to the board members who have indicated their understanding of what their role is here to actuate the will of the people of Indianapolis and the workers of public library here. And also to express my distaste for those who have either don't understand that role or actively reject it. Our second speaker tonight, Eli Morey, he asked a question about how the board wants how they want to be seen by the community, including our Black and Brown community members, LGBTQ, poor, and from everything I've seen, especially the two men mentioned stationed outside here, they either don't care how they're seen or they're actively hostile to that community by implementing these forces which have repeatedly throughout history beaten down and repressed these people who frequent these libraries. And so by weaponizing this and by refusing the people's will and the workers' will to appoint Nichelle Hayes as CEO of the library, those board members have either shown a gross incompetence or a gross disdain for the people who they supposedly represent.
Jason Jones, and the next would be Jared Thompson.
Good evening.
Good
evening. I'm glad to be here and I feel honored to have a position to sit up here and address this wonderful board this evening. My name is Jason Jones. I'm from Indianapolis. I am a member of the Central Indiana Jobs with Justice and the Communist Party of Indiana. I am here to advocate for working people because our time is very valuable. And I see a room of workers behind me here, and their time is very valuable, and they have decided to spend it here because this is really important to them. And the voices and the time of workers often gets dismissed or discounted and disrespected. And I want to make sure that that doesn't happen. And as part of that, I have a letter from a worker to make sure this worker's voice is able to be heard this evening. It's from a library employee who can't be here, Joanna Walsh. And it starts off with, "Dear members of the board, I would like to urge you to appoint Nichelle Hayes, CEO of NDPL. I was an employee open to seeing what the board would decide during the recent search, but frankly was surprised at that choice. We have all seen what Nichelle has been able to accomplish for the library in 8 months. Staff members not only respect her, but I honestly feel some have come to love her. She has made staff feel hopeful for the future. After the years of the bitterness and poor morale I have seen, not only did we experience financial benefits, but an approachable leader as well. I feel every confidence that Nichelle can successfully accomplish any duties expected of her as they develop. She has already helped reinstate funding we had lost. She has restored respect for the library and the community. To me, she is an ideal candidate. Personally, she was always extremely accessible to my concerns about safety at Central. She promptly responded to every email and followed up with action. The change in my salary has had a huge impact on my family's life. As a person who is 71 years old and has worked at NDPL for over 12 years, I finally feel I am being equitably compensated. It has eased my financial worries. I feel some of this decision making about the CEO position is the phenomenon of no one being a prophet in their own land, not being seen as desirable as an outside candidate. I think that is overlooking Nichelle's many positive current and future capabilities. I believe that with board support, she would be an excellent CEO, and her deep connections to the community and the respect she has earned from the staff would be difficult for an outside candidate to match. I am very surprised that the board did not expect the negative reaction that the decision not to retain Nichelle set off. I feel that was very naive and out of touch with staff needs and desires. I strongly urge you to appoint Nichelle Hayes as our CEO. Respectfully, Joanna Walsh. Thank you.
Jared Thompson, and then it will be Derek Ford.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I am Jared Thompson. I'm a full-time professional musician, composer, filmmaker, and also a cultural and artistic consultant for 3 other organizations here in Indianapolis. I'm also a taxpayer. And since all of this has started, this is my 3rd or 4th meeting, and the city seems to be making the news every 2 to 3 months. For lack of a better term, what I can only describe is like watching the movie Mean Girls, the way that this is being done. And I say that to say that what was most interesting to me at the last meeting that I attended and saw it in print was that the community was aggressive. The person that made this quote didn't say my community was aggressive. They said the community, making a clear passive aggressive distinction between themselves and the community. This ivory tower mentality that boards tend to have has got to stop, because that is the disconnect. There are certain things about the word aggressive. I am lumped into that category as an aggressor. I am 5'9", 140 pounds, soaking wet, holding a brick. Nothing about me is aggressive. There is a big difference between your community being engaged, being involved, and being aggressive. If an engaged and involved community is aggressive to you, grow up. I faced more aggression filling my gas tank on the way down here than I did at any of these board meetings. So clearly I'm in support of having Nichelle Hayes be the CEO of the Central Public Library, of the library in general. She started the Center for Black Literature and Culture, which I don't know the last time that you all have been into the Central Library. My face, my brother's face, and 4 other of my contemporaries and colleagues are the aggressive faces of the Center for Black Literature and Culture. These aggressive community members are in your neighborhoods and surrounding neighborhoods. They are in the aisles in your grocery store. They are in the workout rooms in your gym. They're also the ones that entertain you when you go out for a Saturday evening. They're the ones that you laud and celebrate for Meet the Artist. And so if that is aggression to you, just let it be known. This is an engaged community that will travel. We just don't want to keep doing it for another 8-9 months. Every excuse, every cloak and dagger, smoke and mirrors. The infuriating part about it is the taxpayers have to pay for the cloak and the dagger, the smoke and the mirrors. And this isn't the only board that does it in this city. We see it all the time. This is just the only board that got the engagement from the community. So you either listen or you don't. But what we're not going to do is allow smoke to keep getting blown in our faces without some kind of response. So you either listen to us or you don't. We're not going anywhere. That's it.
Derek Ford and then Elijah Winger.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Derek Ford. I'm Associate Professor of Education Studies at DePaul University, an Indianapolis resident, a patron of the Indianapolis Public Library System. And I've been involved in this the struggle for more community input over our public library for a year and a half. And that's really, the public library is really what the community is about, right? And this is also, I think, an excellent display of what community is. Community isn't just like we all agree all the time, right? I mean, the public library is the public, and the public is where like different people fight it out, right? In words and in like actions to determine the best course for what we want our society to look like. And that's one of the reasons that the library is so central, because it's really one of the few remaining actually public places, right? Like where the public can like use the restroom, for example, remaining in the city. And, it's been inspiring to see so many cross sections of the community, very different groups, not just the unions or the religious groups or the, particular like social justice interest groups, but just regular, also working class Hoosiers, right? Indianapolis residents show up repeatedly to come out and fight against the board's history of undemocratic and really anti-people processes as well as decisions. And I remember when we were here, well, not here, but at the larger space in, I think, December of 2022. And, we said that we're not going to go anywhere. And, this all started late November. And we said it then, and it's clear it's, almost April that we're not going anywhere. We haven't gone anywhere, right? And we won't go anywhere. And through our persistence, right, the small but still powerful somehow clique of anti-Hayes people on this board has slowly dwindled, right? Which is not just because of public opposition to them, although it definitely is, but also because of their cascade of rapidly shifting and contradicting excuses immediately following the decision not to hire her. Hope Tribble has repeatedly asked me to watch my language in these meetings so as to not, quote unquote, disrespect her. And, the thing is that I've told her that she hasn't respected me. And in my community, respect is mutual and it's earned. And so I hope that one day I can respect you, and I hope that that day is today, and that you do the right thing today. Nichelle is and has been certainly qualified to be the leader of the public library. Being a leader, though, isn't just about qualifications. She surely has those, but those are on a piece of paper in many ways, right? It's really about how many people have you proven yourself to in the community? How many people know you? How many people are willing to stick their necks out for you? How many people are willing to make the sacrifice that we're making? I don't really want to be here, honestly, right? Ever, right? I mean, I have other things to do on Monday, not that I don't love seeing some of these people and all the community. But we've got jobs, we've got kids, we got families, we got, people we got to take care of, we got other responsibilities. So it's a real sacrifice for people to keep coming out here. And, Nichelle's proven that it's not a coincidence that all these people are coming out here, right? Not just for more input over the library, but really for Nichelle, right? Because she's our candidate. She's the people of the city's candidate. And thus far, I've seen, thousands of petition signatures in support of Hayes. People show up at demonstrations and speak outs and board meetings or write articles, but I haven't seen any petition against Hayes. I haven't seen any public petition in support of those who are holding Hayes back from being CEO, the number of which is now 2. So it's clear that the changing composition of the board reflects the fact that the people are finally having a say. And, for me, this is a victory in itself, right? I mean, for me, mobilizing people, the people who are on their own, driven to come out, to deliver public comment, to participate in these dialogues that are sometimes, heated, necessarily so, and of course, endure the conflict is really, really important. So, I think that I'd just like to close by saying that, really by appealing to my fellow educator, Dr. Eugene White, to do the right thing tonight. We all believe in you, based on your comments to the Indy Star, that, you had questions about the search process and you felt that the board's explanation was weak. That is certainly, I can say it's an understatement, because it's not only weak, it was like, there was none. But I think that, it's evident that we don't need an investigation into it, right? We don't need to rehash everything. We also don't need a new national search. We had a national search. It was fine up until the preferred candidate of some didn't accept the job. He didn't accept the job because the people of Indianapolis came out and said, we don't want you here. But we were also saying we want Nichelle here. So basically, I'm appealing to you, Dr. White, to all members of the board tonight, to finally just do the right thing. Because if you don't, it'll just be another dagger really in the heart of this community and our trust in the leadership of the library. And, it'll just be another Monday. We got to come back and do this again. So I'll see you next month, or I'll see you with Hayes, the CEO. Thank you.
Elijah Winger, and then we have Claudine.
Hello. My name is Elijah Winger. I'm a local USPS worker, and I'm here to support the library workers as well. And as someone who didn't have a computer in their home until 2014, I was a big library user all through grade school and everything. And it's important to me that not only the library is maintained, but not only maintained, but improved daily. And I'd like to really appreciate Dr. White to join the community in seeing that the library is improved every day. Thank you.
Claudine. No last name.
I have a question before the question. If I ask a question now, will y'all answer it now? Thank you.
I will.
Okay. My name is Claudine Polly, and I work at the West Perry Library. And my question is, since we're doing the search again, are we paying again?
That hasn't been discussed about the payment of another search.
there's gonna
be another search. Is
That's
that correct?
I just want to remind the board that this is public comment time. And
supposed to talk.
right.
Okay, so in public comment time, is anybody ever gonna answer my question? And I ask that because, and I know that there are new members on the board, but I have emailed all the members of the board and I never got any feedback from my email. That's why I came. So
Okay, so we can look for your email and
I
work
had
to
it.
get back to you. Okay, great. You can leave it with us. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So it says, my name is Claudine Polly and I've been on staff with the Indianapolis Public Library for 22 years. I'm currently work at the as a circulation supervisor for the West Prairie branch. I have truly enjoyed the time with the library and have watched the changes through the years, some good and others not so good. I must say that when Ms. Hayes stepped up and to answer the call, to be interim CEO, I was impressed and proud of her. Our library was in a precarious situation and we needed a very strong leader to pull us out of it. She started her time as interim CEO with full transparency, and that's something that not only I appreciated, but I heard from my coworkers as they did as well. One of her goals struck me as absolutely amazing to make NDPL a place that that people were wanting to work instead of they just needed a job and so they were going to apply. I feel you didn't give Ms. Hayes a fair shake, since you know she's very qualified. And even after Dr. Morley declined the offer, we learned the job was still not offered to her. What does she have to do to get your attention? I don't have to list her qualifications. You have her resume. So my question is, what's really going on? And if she wasn't truly qualified, why was she made interim CEO in the first place? I just have so many more questions at this point, but I'll leave it at that. Respectfully, me. So that's the email. That's the email I sent, and I sent it to all the previous board members, and I never got a response. So that's why I'm asking about now the search. So is somebody gonna reply to me, since this isn't talk back to Claudine time?
I will certainly look for your.
Thank you so much. That's all I wanted.
Thank you.
Everland Wills and then Jesse Brown.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Everlyn Wells, and I am an Indianapolis Public Library worker at East 38th Street Library. Tonight, I'm here to air my support for Nichelle Hayes as the CEO, as she supports the demand to get rid of the hourly system, the occurrence system, and establish a surplus of board-appointed part-time and full-time positions. The hourly position currently pays employees around $350 before taxes every 2 weeks. That's rated at $17.17 an hour times 10 hours worked per week. I roughly work more than that, about 16 hours per week, given about $400, $500 before taxes. If you only earn this much in a matter of 2 weeks time span, how can you expect to make rent? How can you pay bills and cover medical expenses? How could you expect to perform childcare needs as well as afford food for a household? Often what I see with administration is that they pass off their issues to a secondary personnel because they specialize and create the rules, apparently. I understand that these bodies are supposed to be dealing with these certain issues such as HR, but in reality, somebody legislated these pay grades. Somebody gave our current sitting CEO a $5 raise in what had to have been a collective decision. If it wasn't a collective decision, where's the accountability? If it was, where is this type of pay raise for the people who have been here for a while and all the rest of the system? I'm asking the board and the administration how you could be here for 10 years and get a $2 pay cut. I understand the rules and their rigidness, but why wasn't the pay reflecting the achievement that workers have demonstrated time and time again over a long period? I ask you, would you take a $2 pay cut if you sat here for 10 years? Or would you feel cheated? Often we hear that the hourly is meant for mothers looking to earn a little bit of extra money, or just students who only have a little bit of extra time to work. After I graduated, I had full availability to do the job at a full time, but the opportunity was not made accessible to me due to medical reasons. It also discounts how many people work full time and are also students working for the MLIS that is so loved in this institution. It also discredits the many mothers and students who need healthcare benefits. And the part-time position in this position already shows its superiority and its flexibility with the hours to adjust. And basically, the hourly position as it stands just doesn't serve the needs of many people who are having that job as their only job. So how many people in many branches all across this system have been asking for full-time pages or full-time security workers? As an NDPL worker, I feel like I'm not compensated enough because I'm not given the amount of working hours that I need. As a full-time position would be more accessible to me, but even the part-time would be more accessible. As the two-job grind that is so many employees are going through right now, it's very inaccessible. Speaking of inaccessibility, if you have a non-board appointed position, meaning pages and hourly employees, the current system is even harsher on those employees. You have no defense from the union or representing bodies in the system, and essentially you are on your own. You do not qualify for family medical leave, and you have to rely on the limited ADA, which just basically says, do this job with very little accommodation. You either do not have those 8 instances throughout the year. Can you name for me, anybody in the room, 8 instances where you would think that you would have the same day emergency where you would need to miss work that same day 8 times out of a year? If you have 8 emergencies or 8 instances and you cannot come up with an excuse that HR or administration would accept, then you risk taking your job away. You don't have the union to defend you or advocate you. You don't even have the staff association. So with that, we can see that instantly, time and time again, that people who are disabled, have higher needs, or have medical issues, they're not accounted for. And again, I know this issue will be handed off to HR, but I'm tired, and also the community is tired of the things being handed off like it's a sole entity's problem. If we hope to improve the library, we all have to be meaningfully involved in the decision-making as well as the discussion of those decisions. I have also come here in faith that Dr. Eugene White will also vote for Nichelle Hayes this evening as a new board member and pass these much needed changes, because it is inexcusable that any employee in this workplace, as it currently stands, feels like every time that they clock in, it is a death sentence. So pass this legislation and also hire Nichelle Hayes. Thank you so much.
I'd like to have her name again, please. Everland Wells. Wells. Everland Wells.
Thank you.
This is Mr. Brown, and then we have Jessica Sands. Next.
Good evening. My name is Jesse Brown. I live at 2022 North Riley Avenue. That's Indianapolis, Indiana, 46218. Proud to represent District 13 in the new 2024 City County Council maps. I bring that up. I'm currently running for office in District 13. And that's not just to be self-aggrandizing, that's to explain a few of my comments here in a moment. First off, Michael Torres, as well as I think I counted 7 or 8 other people in the room tonight, are my future constituents. This is an important issue. Nobody wants to be here on a Monday night, but we're all coming here month after month to talk on these issues. And so I felt the need to be here as well. More importantly than that, One of the central issues I'm running on to differentiate myself from the incumbents in the city county council is transparency and accountability in our city government. You all sit on an unelected board. You are appointed by a number of different public bodies. One of those bodies is the legislature of our city, the city county council. Our current city county councilors, the vast majority of them, signed a letter encouraging you to appoint Nichelle Hayes as the CEO, to which this board shrugged and said, nope. My constituents are not happy about that. When I mention how much money has been spent on our executive search, and I know we're now not talking about money yet, but we're talking about another executive search. When I talk about how many times I've been in the room to see crowds of people all supporting one side of the agenda, others have mentioned it earlier, but I've yet to meet someone while knocking the 2,000 doors I've knocked so far who doesn't support Nichelle Hayes. Some haven't heard of this issue, to be fair, and when they hear, they're disgusted. But many, many people have heard, oh, right, the library thing. That's an embarrassment for our city. That is an embarrassment for democracy. I'm running because I think our city county council shouldn't sit by and let their appointees flagrantly disregard the will of the people and just continue to sit on their seats. I'll work to change that when I'm in office. But before that, you have the opportunity to do the right thing. It doesn't need to be conflict. How many people have said here, we're trying to all be friends here. We all want what's best for our community. We all want what's best for the library. I'm a huge supporter of the public library. I think we need quadruple the funding if we can squeeze it out. I think that there's immense gains for the entire community, although I'm of course disturbed to hear about the lack of HIV testing now. But we could all be on the same side of this issue. I think we all want what's best for our community. If somehow there's some secret reason why Nichelle Hayes is not an appropriate CEO, then you all have drastically failed in your mission to explain that to the public. People who don't pay any attention to boards or city politics, who ask me, what is a city county councilor again, can still see how spending this much money and this much time on an executive search, hearing which side the people want, disregarding that, and continuing to fight this month over month, it's a waste of our time, it's a waste of our money, and it feels like a slap in the face to the people of District 13. Thank you.
Jessica Sayens, and then is it Patrick Burke?
Hi, my name is Jessica Sines. Is this working? I'm here on behalf of West Indianapolis Neighborhood Congress and the people who live in my community. It doesn't sound like people feel heard in this room, so I hope that you'll hear tonight. I'm just here to ask that you please leave the mobile clinics in place. Some of our most vulnerable neighbors really need that resource. I hope you'll hear me tonight, and I hope you'll hear the community. Thank you.
And then next after Mr. Burke is Jacob Watkins.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Patrick Burke. I'm an Episcopal priest serving at St. Paul's Episcopal Church here in Indianapolis. I represent a group of concerned clergy and community chaplains. I just have 3 brief concerns. I had 2 when we walked in the door, but the HIV testing brings up a 3rd. The library has moved into a space of community care for a lot of our vulnerable citizens. And so the lack of HIV testing, we have so few spaces anymore for public health. Whatever we can do to overcome those issues and bring back HIV testing would be extremely helpful for the community. Second is, it's very clear that trust in this community is being breached and broken in this CEO search. I've been watching the board meetings for months from afar, but we've not been coming because I thought it would all resolve itself. That's clearly not the case. But we've been hearing month after month, members of the community expressing concern after concern and no response. And that from a chaplain's perspective, from the clergy's perspective, is very concerning because public trust is critical to everyone's well-being and care. So I just ask that you would listen deeply, hear their concerns, and act appropriately. And then finally, bringing in IMPD is very concerning from our perspective, and that's our third concern. The amount of money that's involved is an issue, but quite frankly, the statistics and our own lived experience in this city, when we start talking about rhetoric of aggressiveness and violence, and we bring IMPD into the mix, I'm sorry, we've buried too many people in this city. And so I would just implore you, for the safety and the well-being of the members of this community who care so deeply about the public library, that they've come out month after month, and now they have armed police officers standing there. There are children in the lobby with armed police officers. And I'm sorry, the statistics in our own experience, I lived through 2020. We were there. We don't want to see it anymore. And so it's inappropriate, but quite frankly, it puts the public at risk. And that from our perspective as clergy and chaplains, it's just not a safe situation. So I'd implore you, please not bring IMPD into the mix any longer. It's not worth it. It's a danger to the community. Thank you.
Our last speaker is Jacob Watkins.
Hello, happy to be here. So my name's Jacob Watkins, and I am from the Bakery, Confectionery, Tobacco Workers and Grain Millers International Union, Local 372A, here in Indianapolis. And so I'm not gonna take up the full time because a lot has already been said that our members want voice, but really, I'm here because we depend on the public library and its services. Our members, not all are well-to-do. Public library is a institution of education for their children. And also, unfortunately, not any longer, but many of our members, adults, really require services like HIV testing. And that, apparently isn't going to be available any longer. There's no trust here. And that's been said by practically every speaker before me. And I mean, we want there to be, but I think that starts by hiring Nichelle Hayes. And that's all we have to say. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bree Flannelly. I'm a former NDPL employee. I'm a mother, I'm a writer, I'm an artist, I'm a community organizer, and I'm an advocate for youth. And I worked this summer with some children who lost friends and family members to gun violence. And one of these young men we went to see, and I wanted to make sure he had a library card because he told me that he was interested in documentaries, things like that. And there are so many people like him who don't know about the library services. And if you have all of these things, if you have sewing machines, toys, computers that are in a closet, and you don't have the staff to activate those things, and you don't have leaders who are in touch with people like that young man, or in touch with the workers who want to reach out to people like that young man, then you're really lacking. There have been so many incidents of gun violence in this city, and we act like there's a disconnect between that and education and access, but it's so connected. there's an opportunity to support the people who know these youth, who are able to connect with these youth, not just because they come from similar backgrounds, but because they're experienced educators, because they know how to model how to use that equipment to parents when they come in. And that was my favorite part of that job. I loved being able to bring all those fun, nerdy things to people, like the young women who came in with the mentor group, young women who weren't seen as children anymore because they had tattoos, young men with tattoos, people that we don't see as children. And there are so many people in the system right now who are trying to reach out to those people and are being told they should do less and are not listened to. Or if someone reaches out and says, how do we reach out more to these people? We don't have a plan for that. What's the plan? No response. And I just urge you guys to look into your hearts or even your recent memory. If you see a bunch of police officers, a bunch of police cars like the ones outside, racing towards a location like the mall, because there are so many young people out here who are unmoored, who don't have support, who want to do things like for example, once again, I had a young man who was a middle schooler with an ankle bracelet who told me he wanted to make video games. And when I was at NDPL, there were so many resources that I could have handed to that young man. And now there's less programming for those resources. So, got a minute left. I think I got my point across. Yes, thank you.
That concludes our public comment agenda item, and we'll move forward to approval of the minutes. For the regular meeting of the board on February 27th, 2023. I do want to note for the record that there was an executive session noticed for March 17th, but there was no certification of approval on the agenda because no quorum was present and thus no executive session was convened. So is there a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting held February 27th, 2023?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
The minutes have been moved and seconded. Any discussion? We will now have a roll call vote to approve the minutes.
Mr. Biederman,
Approve.
Mr. Lane,
Approve.
Dr. Murtada,
Approved.
Dr. Payne,
Approved.
Ms. Tribble,
Approved.
and Dr. White.
Approved.
Thank you.
The motion carries. We'll now move on to committee reports, and we'll begin with the Finance Committee. The first item under the Finance Committee agenda is for the board to ratify the action of the Finance Committee in taking action to fill an unexpected need in the board treasurer's position. At the Finance Committee meeting 2 weeks ago, the committee was informed that our newly elected board treasurer was and would continue to be on extended leave. As such, action of the committee was necessary to ensure that the daily financial activities of the library could and would continue. During the committee meeting, the committee determined to have Mary Rankin serve in the absence of the elected treasurer. It was determined that Ms. Rankin's service in this role should be based on immediate action of the committee, subject to ratification by the full board. Ms. Rankin has been working as a consultant with the library for a period of time and recently was hired as a library employee to serve as the Director of Accounting. Ms. Rankin has been appropriately bonded as required by statute and the library's governing documents and has agreed to take on the role. As such, the first matter of the Finance Committee meeting agenda tonight would be to address a request by that committee to ratify their determination to elect Mary Rankin to serve as Assistant Treasurer of the Board. Is there a motion of the board to ratify this committee action?
So moved.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call. Well, now have the roll call, please.
Do we, point of clarity, do we have discussion on this?
Yes, is there discussion?
Yeah, I just haven't seen, her resume. I know we saw the resume of the other treasurer. I have not seen Ms. Rankin's resume. But I think that's fine. And I know that we talked about Jennifer Carter not assuming the role of treasurer for longer than 30 days. So would Ms. Rankin then become the full treasurer at some point?
So I can address one of the issues as it relates to the not having a resume. Mr. Lane, before you joined the board, Ms. Rankin has been retained and there was public action, including her resume for renewal of a consulting agreement several months ago. So I understand that neither you nor Dr. White have that, but that had been previously circulated. Secondly, given that Ms. Carter is on a leave, the board can't take any action related to her employment. So that's why that action, there's going to be no action of the board related to her employment, which is why we're asking the board to appoint Ms. Rankin as the assistant treasurer for that purpose, because the board can't take any action related to Ms. Carter's employment.
All right, thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other discussion or questions? Thank you for your question, Stephen.
Okay. roll
Would you
call.
please call the roll?
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Biederman,
Approved.
Mr. Lane,
Approve?
Dr. Murtada,
Approved.
Dr. Payne,
Approved.
Ms. Tribble,
Approved.
and Dr. White.
Approved.
Thank you.
So the motion passes. We'll move on to the rest of the finance committee report, and thank you to Alita Campbell, our CFO, and Ms. Mary Rankin, acting treasurer. Please proceed.
Good evening, board members. Good evening.
Good evening.
So, the treasury report starts on page 33. The treasury report starts on page 33. And first I will start with the cash flow statement on page 35. You have it? No. I didn't know you had this. The extra revenue exceeded our projected budgeted amount by 0.5% this year for this month. And it is 11% more than last year, February 2022. Our local income tax continues to be 3% higher than projected. It's the same amount every month. And our interest income revenue also continues to be higher than projected. We projected $5,501. However, we received $82,861. The amount is reflected on our investment report in the operating fund interest in the U.S. Bank, the Hoosier Fund, and Trust Indiana, and Chase. The average Trust Indiana interest account rate for February was 4.54%. This is the highest interest that we received on our investment report. And the revenue for the character was projected at $99,645.
And the actual year-to-date total was $146,912 for February 2023. Mary will go over the expenditure, and I'm gonna hand out the
On the expenditures, we spent 30% less than projected and 2% more than February of 2022. This is primarily, we are discussing the operating fund, and personal services is the major part of that. And we spent 33% less than projected, but 8% more than last year. And the part of this is vacant positions and also anticipating later in the year when we open another branch, the Fort Benjamin Harrison branch will be an additional staffing requirement that's built into the budget. The supplies actuals were much lower this month due to timing on the invoices, but the overall year-to-date total is double that than this time last year. There was some system-wide office supplies such as the personal computer refresh and replacement book carts and furniture. Other services and charges, we spent less than projected. Primarily expenses are materials, contractual and repair and maintenance on equipment. The capital outlay is 90% less than projected, primarily on books and materials, and it's probably due to the timing of year-end closing and commencement of the year-end or opening of the year processing for the book invoices. February expenditures on books and materials is typically low this time of year. And the chart there is just the beginning operating cash balance, 38.5 million. Revenue this month, 531 million. Thousand, sorry. Less expenses of 4.8 million for ending cash balance in the operating fund of 34.1 million. And then we do also present other pages of other detailed funds and the grand totals of all the cash balances in the funds. And the last page is the construction projects and the status of those. That concludes our treasury report.
Okay. Is there a motion to accept the report of the treasurer for February 2023 for filing for audit?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Not. We'll have a roll call to accept the report of the treasurer.
Mr. Beederman,
Approve.
Mr. Lane,
Approve.
Dr. Matada,
Approved.
Dr. Payne,
Approved.
Ms. Tribble,
Approved.
Dr. White.
Approved.
Thank you.
The motion carries. We'll move on to resolution 13.
Next on our list is resolution 13-2023. This is transfer between classifications and accounts. We're recommending that we authorize the adoption of resolution to transfer from the operating funds is to move funds with the CEO department budget to fund in the contract of the CAO. That's the Chief Administrative Officer. The transfer has no budget impact for the 2023 budget. And the amount that we're asking to transfer is $60,000, again, from the CEO salary amount to the other services and charges. And this will cover approximately 3 months expenses.
Just a question, 3 months past or 3 months? I see on there the 60,000. This is what has already incurred?
This is current and the future, because we already covered 20,000 last month.
I apologize. I was supposed to follow Robert's Rules of Order. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Matada. Is there a motion to approve resolution 13? Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion, Dr. Matata?
Yes, I wanted to ask about, and I do apologize, I should have followed the rules.
Thank you.
$60,000 is not already spent. This is a projected amount.
Yes, it's this current month of March, then 2 more months.
We heard earlier today, almost a cry from several of the staff in regards to funding. The comment was made that the significance of 15, and then $15,000 being paid, and then another 15,000, and then another. And I don't know the actual numbers right now, but I'm very concerned, and I would not support a resolution of this kind if in fact it has not been documented, the great significance that this CAO has been added to our well-being of the staff. And I don't mean just one staff member, I mean overall for the good of the whole library. So I ask that question, what justification has been given for this expenditure?
I believe there's a contract that was approved by the board. But it didn't also have the corresponding budget resolution.
The contract of the $190,000 is for $15,833 a month. And this is for a monthly service. And for this month, she's already submitted her invoice. So we have to cover at least this month if we don't cover the next 3 months. But there is a contract that's already been approved by the board.
For this 3 months? Well, I remember
No.
not exceeding
Not exceeding, right.
$190,000.
Could you tell us how much the services were rendered for, or were being charged for this month?
Every month is $15,833. That's approximately,
$833.
that's approximately.
I motion to amend, resolution 13-2023. To just pay, the CAO $15,833.
That's approximate. I don't remember that
Okay.
exact invoice. About.
If you can get that exact number,
Yeah.
I would like to amend.
I know it's 15,000.
I understand the contractual, may I ask another question? Yes. I understand the contractual arrangement, but what is the way of tracking the hours that have been expended and the fulfillment of contractual obligations? How is that taken care of?
The CEO submits an invoice with a summary of her services that she conducted that month.
And is that seen by the facilities committee? I mean,
That is
I'm not
it.
facilities, I'm sorry, the finance committee?
Yes, as well as the CEO, the acting CEO.
And you.
It was at the-
The position doesn't work on an hourly basis. It's predicated on the different services that she's charged to complete.
Right.
And therefore, there's no hourly type of equation for it. It's more of a convenience, and it is because it avoids you coming back again and again and again for 15,000. Now, if the contract ends before that time, then of course, whatever's unspent reverts back to the budget line. But it was for an act of expediency and convenience on the half of, at least my first financial meeting, that's what I got from what was being said. I don't think that's changed, has it?
No, it's not as far as I understand, but I do need to put this back into order. There is a motion pending from Mr. Lane. To amend, a motion.
Yeah, sure, I can wait to make my
So
amendment.
you withdraw?
I withdraw for now, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
'cause I wanna
Oh,
continue
I was
discussions.
not referencing an per hour expenditure. I want to be clear about that. I understand how contracts work. I was looking for what type of justification for the ongoing accounting of the tasks that are outlined. What justification is there for that? And how does that balance with the kinds of needs that our library has?
She submits a summary with her invoice. And I can forward you the current invoice that we received, so you can review it for your reference. It's a variety. She works on the climate improvement process, the strategic planning
Mhm.
and other items.
Yeah, I think that would be something that I would like to see as well, because I know Ms. Harden came to our last board meeting and didn't really give us much of a report, so I'm really not sure, what kind of services are being delivered to the library. I'm just not seeing the impacts of the work so far, which is why I would like to amend at some point once discussion is over. And if you have that exact number, I could amend for just a month.
It's what, the monthly invoice. It's $15,833.33.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm sorry if there's any more
Yes,
discussion.
one more question.
Yes.
What is the process for termination of a contract?
And may I say that all of this information is in the resolution that the board passed in January. The entire contract was attached to the resolution that was approved. I do not have my January board packet with me, but all of these questions have been answered, and they've been placed before every member on this board, with the exception of Dr. White, because they were included in the resolution. So there is a termination clause, and all of that information has been shared with you.
I did receive that document.
You did,
So,
okay.
yeah.
So it's, all of that information is available to us. And it has been, and I think I actually sent it out a second time at the request of one of our board members.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll go over it much more carefully and make sure I understand the termination process.
Thank you.
All right.
Is there any further discussion?
Yes, so I would just motion to amend resolution 13-2023 to pay for just the amount of services rendered for this month. That being $15,833.33.
So there's been a motion to amend. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. So do we call the roll on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Biederman.
Before we do that, is there discussion on the amendment?
There's discussion on the amendment, please.
All right. So if we have that exact amount, does that actually cover the month? Because she didn't start at the beginning of a month. And so these invoices are staggered and our board meetings don't line up perfectly with when she was hired. So if we only pass for that amount, is there going to be a gap between, is it going to cover the full amount?
But this amount will only cover for the month of March, and our next board meeting is not until April the 11th. So she will submit April's invoice. So there will be a lack of time.
Okay.
Any further questions or discussion on the amendment? Okay, please call.
Mr.
the roll.
Biederman,
No.
Mr. Lane,
Approve.
Dr. Murtada,
Approved.
Dr. Payne,
Approved.
Ms. Tribble,
No,
Dr. White.
No,
the motion fails for a lack of majority. So we'll go back to the original resolution 13. Is there any further discussion? If not, we'll call the roll, please.
Mr. Biederman,
Approve?
Mr. Lane,
No.
Dr. Murtada,
No.
Dr. Payne,
No.
Ms. Tribble,
Yes.
and Dr. White.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion failed.
The motion fails for lack of a majority. So the resolution does not pass. And we'll move on to item number 7 on our agenda, Diversity Policy and Human Resources Committee. Mr. Biederman.
Yep, so I believe there is a presentation today about one of the items. So is Tisha here?
Yes. And thank you, Ms. Campbell and Ms. Rankin for your report.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Today I'm here to present one of our new benefits. What we have, this benefit is going to take over the short-term disability that we have currently, which is managed by a third party. There's a few issues with the company that we have right now, so we had decided to present something in-house. So it is called the Pay Employee Medical Parental and Disability Leave, PMPD leave for short. So what is the leave? This is a new benefit for employees to cover the following events: parental leave for birth, adoption, or fostering, and then for personal medical leave under the ADA or FMLA, only for employees' illness. It will pay 100% of the employees' salaries, and the employees will accrue PMPD hours on a regular basis. Why are we asking for this benefit? Review of the current benefits and keep increasing our benefits. So far, we have done in the last 3 years, we have increased our tuition reimbursement. We have expanded our donation leave bank. We have changed our medical plan to include other benefits. And we have also expanded our wellness program. So this is the next step to keep increasing our benefits. Right now, this is an equal benefit for all employees that qualify for benefits. And currently we have a low enrollment from the qualified benefits employee for the short-term disability. We have 6 Hispanics, 1 Asian, 31 Black or African American, 1 or 2 or more races, and 82 white employees. This is a total of 121 employees. And we have about 476 employees that qualify for this benefit. So with this benefit, we're going to avoid the delay or rejection of the current short-term disability company, extend the benefit to those on parental leave or absence for biological, adopting, or fostering parents, extend the coverage for all benefits eligible staff at no cost to employees. Currently, the employees have to pay for the short-term disability, and we cover a little bit of that portion. And it's also a good recruitment tool and perks to employees. Here's an example of somebody on a 4-week medical leave. So if the employee has an approved FMLA with short-term disability, the employee has to do 2 weeks of waiting period using PTO or the donation leave bank. Then the short-term company pays 66.66%, and the employee will have to use their PTO for the other 33.33%. So that's the amount that the company will pay, and then that the employee has to use a PTO. An employee use approved FMLA with PTO. There is no waiting period, and they will have to use all the entire PTO to cover for the leave. If an employee has approved FMLA without PTO, then they can use donation leave bank for up to 4 weeks. With this new benefits and approved FMLA with the new benefit, we'll have 2 weeks waiting periods where the employee can use the donation leave bank or their PTO, and then the 100% will pick up after those 2 weeks of 100% PMPD and They don't have to use all their PTO before they can use this benefit. Any questions so far? No? So-
What was the, I'm sorry, what was the plan before?
It was a short-term disability from a third-party company,
Mhm.
and it only pays for those that pay for the benefits 66.66% of their pay.
Okay,
And the employees will have to use their PTO or leave donation bank to cover the rest. This new benefit will cover 100%.
okay, gotcha.
And it also, for the short-term disability, is only for your own serious health condition. It doesn't cover parental leave. This one will cover parental leave.
How is the donation leave bank calculated? What does that start at? What kind of amount?
So there is no waiting period for the donation leave bank. That was one of the things that we changed a few months ago. And it is 100% pay for the employee. Well, it only allows you to take 4 weeks per year. There is no budget impact as we calculate all our salaries throughout the year. So there is no budget impact if the employee is on leave. So the next plan, if no questions are here tonight, we will pass the resolution. Go ahead.
I'm gonna make an assumption that you had a lot of employee input and feedback on this.
Yes, so we contact the union representative and the staff association. Both,
Both unions.
well, both are bargaining parties,
Mhm.
and then one represent the hourly and confidential employees, and the other one represent the union employees. And both have provided positive feedback to this resolution or benefit. So the next plan is, if no questions, resolution and the board action report will be presented next month for the DPHR committee and the board meeting, and then the implementation for all employees will be in July. Any questions, comment, concern?
No questions from me, but I'm very supportive of this, and this is a great initiative. And something that we as a board can really come together on. I think that this will have an effect of putting more money in people's pockets, especially in times of need. And I think that that's just a great thing overall. So thank you very much for putting this together and presenting today.
Thank you.
I agree with Ray. When we discussed it in committee, we said that we wanted it to go forward.
It's definitely a step in the right direction. With the job situation where it is now, and families and
Mhm.
the amount of money that they have to use for these type things. I'm glad to see that's happening.
Thank you.
So it covers, let me get this correct, it covers up to 4 weeks?
The new plan, no, the new plan will cover 790 hours. So it is longer than
Longer than 4 weeks?
12 weeks.
Oh,
That
my
is
goodness,
under FMLA and ID.
Wonderful, I was about to say.
Yeah.
We need some more time.
There,
Yeah, that sounds great.
Definitely a step in the right
I mean, there is a waiting period, but they can use the donation leave bank that is also available for employees. The waiting period is also to match the waiting periods for the FMLA and ADA. So there is no delay on the payments, which currently we have a delay, at least of 4 weeks of delay of employees receiving the payment from the third-party company.
And so the 12 weeks would apply to full-time and part-time staff?
The new benefit, it is for all benefits employee. Yes, but it will be prorated based on your hours work.
And this is kind of a self-insured kind of plan, isn't it?
Mhm. Yeah. We'll take the tab for that one. All right, any questions?
Okay, hearing none, we can move on to item 2 of the committee. This was something that was actually brought up by Dr. Murtada, a great point. And this is merely a topic for discussion. There's no action coming from today's discussion, but it's for future action. Dr. Murtada, and feel free to chime in. And I won't do you as much justice as you did in the meeting, but you had talked about how our committee is the only committee that talks about diversity in its name, and that we have, a DEI officer, and our resolutions need to be looked at through more of an equity lens across the board rather than in one committee, which is what it's seeming like with, given the name of our committee. So one discussion point that was brought up was the potential of running resolutions through our DEI officer in order to have a DEI impact statement on our resolution. That's just one idea.
You may have to expand.
The March 14th, 2023, when the Diversity Policy and Human Resources Committee met, we discussed the importance of thinking about diversity and equity issues across all of our committees. And you're back, Ray? Okay.
No, I think it's on his end.
Oh, he's frozen. And so what does it mean for us to consider that this work of diversity and equity inclusion not only be located within one committee dealing with HR, that it's really important that we see it as across all of our committees. And so President Chair Tribble, we want to make sure that we think in terms of planning next steps for the committees and how we might actually approach this.
If I understood from your description and also with talking to Ray about it, it would be in our resolutions, the same way that we have a financial impact, we would also have some statement in the resolution that addresses the diversity lens in terms of the impact of the policy or the impact of the action that's being taken. Is that correct?
That's just about it, but not quite. Right now, we say within the committee that it's Diversity, Policy, and Human Resources Committee. The running resolution statement speaks to the need to address it in all of our committees, but it does not say that diversity, equity, and inclusion must be a part of every committee responsibility. And so how do we make that a part of each one of the committees across the board?
Am I back?
It's back.
Someone in the microphone tell him he's back.
You're back.
You're
Ray.
back.
Is he back?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Dr. Murtada, I heard everything you said, and you said it very eloquently. So thank you.
So what change is this a topic that the committee wants to bring for further specific recommendation, or do you have a specific change? Are you just giving us a sense of the wind of your conversation?
Given a sense of the wind of the conversation and the expectation that we will take it up as a part of a further discussion about how we might actually do it.
Awesome.
All right, with that, that's the end of this committee report. Thank you.
Thank you, Tisha.
Thank you, Ms. Galarce, and thank you, Ray. We will move on to the Facilities Committee. Dr. White.
So Adam here, a minute ago, so yeah. It was an interesting position I was put in that I hadn't sworn myself in hardly before I took the chairmanship of that committee, but Adam has saved the day. And so
I forgot my cape at home.
that's all right. You don't have a license to fly.
Thank you.
Dr. White, thank you for coming in and going straight to work in several ways, but we also know you bring a good resume with you in terms of facilities. So we feel appreciative for your service.
All right, I just had a quick update about some of our major projects. And then the second half, we can start discussing the sheet in front of you. So the first two major projects, and also Mr. Biederman, I sent this PDF to you about 3 minutes ago, so you should have it in an email. Great. So the first major projects are Fort Bend and Glendale, our new branches under construction. Fort Bend is screaming right along in construction. We have biweekly updates. And we are scheduled to be complete, substantially complete on June 1st, which is a mere May, June, 3 months away. And that means that we can start moving the library's shelving and collection in, and we're scheduled for grand opening late July, early August. Glendale is about 2 months after that. That is moving right along too. They're working through the mud and the muck in both sites. They are scheduled to be substantially complete in late July, which means we should have a grand opening sometime in late September, possibly early October. Any questions on those two projects? Okay. The next two are Nora and Pike. Those are some major renovations coming down the pike, no pun intended. So we have community engagement sessions for both of them. Nora just had their second community engagement session last week. Pike's community engagement session, their second one is tomorrow night. It is a hybrid meeting. So if you'd like to attend, you can go to Pike or you can go to the link online. You can find it on our website. And they will both have a third engagement meeting in May, which is, by the way, free and open to the public if anybody's interested. So it's not just staff and board. It is free and open to the public, both virtually and in person. We're getting some great feedback from the community. We're really honing in on what they're looking for, what we can provide with the funds and the scope that we have. I think they're going to be great projects. Any questions on those two? Okay, fantastic. The last major project is the redesign of the curve. So that was identified as a big need to update the curve, which is all of the second floor of the new tower at Central and the right hand, I think that's eastern side of the third floor, which is the teen area. So as we discussed in the facilities committee, and as I alluded to at last board meeting, the scope has expanded a little bit. But out of necessity. This isn't scope creep for the sake of scope creep. This is scope creep because needs were identified. And so we had another design committee today with central staff and facility staff. Tentative schedule is to have bidding out in the next 4 to 5 months. We'll have the fun architectural designy stuff, and then we'll have the not so fun engineering stuff. In about 4 months, then we'll set it out to bid and we should be able to award, and it should take about a year. So sometime late fall of next year, the curve will be completely upgraded and updated. Any questions about the curve? 5 for 5, fantastic.
Well, you discussed it with us already.
The facilities committee, yeah.
We
Three others here.
Yeah, we had a good discussion about how, the danger of, children running towards those escalators. So
Yes.
there's gonna be better protection for the kids and teens in a safer environment. So it was great discussion.
All right, fantastic. All right, well, thank you for that. Next up, and I apologize, I didn't get this out to our communications section, so I don't have this up for the presentation, but before you is a spreadsheet with all of our branches, and there are two main sections here. The middle, the left side is just information about the branches, their names and everything. The middle is basically a 10-year update from our assessment study that we had done 2014. And then the right-hand side is what's the current status, current and potential future status. So if I can take your attention to the middle side, we have two main columns. What the 2014 facilities assessment study suggested in 2014, and the work that we've done over the past decade. And as you go through the list, you can see that we followed it quite closely within their suggested both scope and timeframes. So for example, Eagle was suggested to replace sometime between 2014 and 2019. We replaced, or 2018, we replaced Eagle in 2019. The existing Brightwood was suggested to be moved or replaced in 2014 to 18, and we replaced it with the new Martindale Brightwood in 2020. Southport, since we're at Southport, that was suggested to be replaced or move sometime in 2014 to 2018. We took a different tack. We renovated this in 2018, and then we opened West Perry to expand our footprint in the southern part of the area in 2021. Lawrence was a similar situation. They suggested expanding that or ultimately replacing that with a larger library. We renovated that recently, and now we're opening Fort Bend nearby. So I'm not going to read this off to you, but what you can see is that we have followed things for the most part pretty closely. And that segues to the next portion, or just to a quick comment that I've already asked exec committee, the other directors, for their feedback into the 10-year refresh. I'm working on finalizing the RFP now. Russell, I still need to send you a copy for legal review, and we should be able to have that out for bid in the next 2 weeks so we can get an updated 10-year look back at what we did and a 10 to 20-year look forward, given current demographics, demographic trends, and updated information about the city and our operations. And this is key considering we're now 3 years since the pandemic started, and things have vastly changed, as we all know. All right, so any questions on what we've done over the past 10 years? Okay, great. The second half are lots of numbers. And to explain those, and facilities committee, you've already heard this 2 weeks ago, so I apologize, but for everybody else, we just had what's called a facility condition assessment completed. Now, this is a head-to-toe assessment of each building, looking at capital assets. Do they need to be replaced? Do they need to be repaired? At what cost, and what's the time horizon? So we have 20 some buildings where year one, we have X number of dollars, year two, X number of dollars. And a subset of that is a breakdown of every single system that needs to be replaced in those years. Now, the column that says 2022 needs, that is the lump sum need that was assessed to address those needs for each building. So for example, we look at Beach Grove, $510,000. That is $510,000 to get every single capital system up and operating to A+ standards. Now, by capital system, I'm talking about HVAC, I'm talking about plumbing, but I'm also talking about carpeting, and I'm also talking about window treatments as a system. So electrical, main distribution branches, things like that, the roof. I'm not talking about the collection. I'm not talking about furniture. And I'm not talking about a broken hand dryer or anything like that. Those are day-to-day maintenance. These are capital assets only. So under 2022 needs, $510,000. Beach Grove is valued at about $8.5 million to be replaced via insurance. You divide the first by the second, that gives you what's called a facility condition index number. And for Beach Grove, that number is 6. That is the total capital needs divided by the total value of the building. Now, what does that mean? An FCI, facility condition index, anywhere between 0 and 10 means your building is running right along. It has a few capital things, as all buildings do or will have, but overall it's in great shape. An FCI of 11 to 20 means that's evidence of some deferred maintenance. You need to get on top of things. Let's put some money away. Maybe a renovation is due, but still operating pretty well. An FCI of 21 or higher, that means that's a red zone. That means there are serious deferred maintenance items that need to be addressed immediately. You don't start looking for a building to be replaced until you get an FCI of 50, or the maintenance you need is worth half of the building itself. That's when you start looking at one-for-one replacement. Any questions about the FCI and what it means and the categorizations?
May I ask a question?
Yes.
So does that mean that Pike? If I'm looking at the right, where it says 19, am I looking at the right number where you said, that if it's 21 or over, well, Pike is,
Yes, well, if you could actually go 2 columns to the left, we're looking at the 2022 FCI. And I apologize, those last 2 columns are for 2027. So
okay.
that is, if we do nothing for 5 years, how bad will our buildings get?
Oh, okay.
And as you noted, Pike will be a 19. They're getting into red territory, right?
Yeah.
But that's if we do nothing for 5 years.
Okay.
So if we focus on the 2022 for the moment, you can see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that are at 0. That means they have 0 capital needs. We have 1 that was at 1, East 38. So that is 8 current buildings with a 0 or a 1. That is excellent. That is testament to work done prior to me becoming here in 2022 by the facilities team. I put those in green because they're at 0. They're expected to stay at 0 for the next 5 years. The next round are the oranges. Now, these are branches that have double digits between 11 and 20, but we do have a plan to address those. So we're talking about Decatur is on our radar. We don't have a set plan yet, but they're in the next 2 to 3 years. West Indy is in the next 2 to 3 years. Nora, Pike, and the Library Services Center. I already addressed Nora and Pike, and the Library Services Center has something in the next 1 to 2 years. So we already have plans for these double-digit branches. The next color is red. And that means that that's a double-digit branch that we do not have a current plan for. So the only one of that is Spades Park. So they're at a 10. They're just getting into the, okay, we need to address things. And it's excellent that we had this report done because that tells facilities, okay, let's go to let's do Nora and Pike. Let's go to West Indy. Let's go to Decatur. Oh, Spades Park is next. So we just need to put that on our long-term capital projects list, probably for 2026. The only surprise that we actually found was East 38th Street. As I noted before, they are at a 1. And in 5 years, if we do nothing, they jump up to a 15. And just like Spades Park, they're at a 1. They seem to be running pretty well, capital asset wise. But over the next 5 years, they'll need quite a bit of funding, about $600,000, a little over. So what that also tells us is we have a little bit more time than Spades Park, because Spades Park's already at a 10. So we'll put them on the list for 2027. Just an FYI, a good chunk of that is the HVAC unit, the rooftop unit that we've already issued a PO for, but wasn't on an 8-month backlog and should be delivered in May or June. And so about 150 of that is that single HVAC unit. So that will help. So anyways, this is just a little overview of what's going on in facilities, what each branch is, how each branch is doing. And again, this is capital assets. And with the 10-year refresh, we will get a little bit narrower on what our facilities need to provide our patrons and the surrounding neighborhoods for non-patrons. We'll really zero in on the next 5 to 10 years facilities projects. And I apologize to the audience. I really do. I should have sent the PDF. That's on me. So any questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Hallville is a smaller branch. We have a couple of smaller branches.
Yes.
And Hallville has a 0 on it with no color. Can you say a little bit more about that?
Oversight on my part. Hold on a second.
So it's a green.
Yeah, that's an oversight on my part. That is a 0. I was probably looking at the info zone, or thought it was the info zone, which is not library owned. I'm not sure. Actually, that's a lie. I don't know what I was thinking, but I didn't mark it at 0, so I will. Thank you.
And so the time that it'll be renovated is not until 2029?
Yeah, 2029 to 2033. That's the 5-year block. Because if we do nothing to that building, capital asset wise, it will only need $170,000 repairs, which gives it an FCI of 6. So that means in 2027, it will still be in the green of 0 to 10.
And I wondered about that when we talked about it in the facilities committee. So I'd like to know when we think about the capital needs for it, who really writes that assessment up now for the current look at it? Because this one was done, like you said, many years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. There are two different assessments and this is why I'm changing the verbiage. There is a 2014 facilities assessment study.
Yes, I remember that.
Okay, and that was the massive 20-year plan.
Mhm.
What I just had performed in 2022 was called a facility condition assessment. And that was looking only at capital needs. And so Hallville only needs 170,000 in capital in the next 5 years. Now, again, demographics, shifting circulation patterns, you name it. There are myriad ways to measure what a library needs. And this is one of them, facilities capital needs. The 10-year refresh of the facilities assessment study will take that deeper dive, and they will let us know from a demand point of view, what our patrons are demanding, what the community is demanding, rather than a supply point of view, which is we are supplying the capital assets.
Understood. And so when I think about West Indianapolis, which is again, one of our smaller branches, but in much need, the time for actually addressing and renovating is when?
What did I say?
It's down at the very last.
2026. Planned renovation in 2026. We have we have New Fort Bend, New Glendale, Nora Pike, and the Curve. Decatur is next. We have a possible expansion at Garfield Park and West Indianapolis. Those three are vying for our next assigned capital project. And we have yet to determine the final order.
Adam, have we ever taken the facilities committee meeting on the road?
Yes, twice, 3 times, Dr. Marzano?
At least 3 times.
Yes. Yeah, once was at Lawrence, and I forget the other 2. It was early last year.
I just heard some things about the Harville thing that we need to put eyeballs on, and you explained to us. Because I'm getting a mixed bag, and I haven't been there, but the feedback is evidently different people are seeing it with different eyes. Some say it's run down and shameful compared to other branches. And then I see this, and there's no plan for immediate anything. So it might be good for us to have our facility meeting there and just you talk us through it.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I will say this, it is possible for a building to look run down and still be operating well.
I think you explained it the last time.
Yeah. So for example, an HVAC rooftop unit could be quite rusty on the outside and look like a rust bucket, but inside the refrigerant is fully there and hasn't needed to be replaced. The compressor is working, the engine is working well, the fan coils are all operating top speed, but it just looks bad.
And we talked about the aesthetics.
Yes.
The rugs, the painting, the furniture, that gives first impressions in a powerful way. And I think that's what they're talking about, but we need to look at that.
Yes, yeah. I totally agree with that. And that is the broader scope that the 10-year refresh will take a look at. This was merely just a capital asset study. And so, yeah, I absolutely agree.
This is pretty comprehensive and it's very good. I commend you for the work, but.
I just hired the company. They did the work.
But I tell you, when people walk in a facility like that, like I told you at the meeting that day, what they see, what they touch, and that's big. And so sometimes for the paint, new furniture, new carpet can do miracles over the look of a place. Right.
In addition to that, I think really spending some more time, I'm noticing one of the managers here for West Indy. Are you still the manager? Okay. Getting some feedback from the managers about what they see and what they're experiencing in terms of the patrons and their feedback is also valuable. Right, and so I always look at West Indiana. I remember vividly going there and hearing the staff say that they really do need some work done there as well. Thank you.
And
This has been very helpful, and you've always been very responsive. Much
the numbers.
appreciated.
Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. Good
Okay.
job.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion to approve the?
No, I
No,
think
neither.
this was just an informational
Okay,
update,
good.
correct? Thank you for that report from the Facilities Committee. We'll move on to the foundation, the library foundation update.
All right, can everyone hear me?
Talk a little louder, Ray.
Okay, I will try to talk a little louder.
That's
Sorry,
perfect.
I had to move rooms a couple of times. I'm at a hotel and we've got people moving around in different areas. So it's about 2 a.m. here, so it's very exciting. But yeah, I'm in Dublin right now for a couple of days. So but with regard to the Library Foundation, there is a report in the packet, just a couple of highlights from that report. As was talked about at the beginning of the meeting, the foundation held their second annual fundraiser Circulate on March 4th. It was a huge success. Foundation would like to thank the events department for their help. And just mark your calendars for next year. Saturday, March 16th will be Circulate again. So with regard to donors, there were 202 donors who made gifts last month. There's a list of top corporate sponsors. So if we want to take a look at those, and if you have the opportunity to frequent those businesses, make sure to take that opportunity to thank them. And then with regard to program support, this month the foundation provided more than $560,000 to the library. Major initiatives included Reach Out and Read, treasures from the Nina Mason Pulliam Special Collection Room, animal programs, bunny bags, and youth adult family author visits. So that is the long and short of the report. I'm happy to take any questions, but otherwise I submitted it.
Thank you, Mr. Biederman. Are there any questions for Mr. Biederman about the Library Foundation update?
No, just wanted to I looked back at the foundation's 21-23 strategic plan and just wanted to commend them for continuously growing and doing the kinds of things that fulfill the goals and objectives that they've laid out. The Library Foundation has done an awesome job of meeting the needs of the community by continuously growing the foundation accounts. So thank you.
Great.
If you want to see the.
Okay. If there are no other questions or comments, thank you, Mr. Biederman. We'll move on to item number 10. Report of the acting CEO, Mr. Hill.
Thank you. Oh, good evening, Board President, board members. Before we use the confirming resolution 14-2023, which is the confirmatory resolution related to financial, travel, and personal matters that occurs each month between board meetings. This resolution is in its typical format that is before you every month. If you have any questions, myself or EC will be happy to answer those, but I would ask that you would otherwise approve this resolution.
Is there a motion to approve resolution 14 regarding finances, personnel, and travel?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Resolution 2023 has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll have a roll call to approve resolution 14.
Mr. Biederman,
Approve?
Mr. Lane,
Approved.
Dr. Matata,
Approved.
Dr. Payne,
Approved.
Ms. Tribble,
Approved.
Dr. White.
Approved.
Thank you.
The motion carries. We'll move on.
Okay, all right, moving on. So the next thing here, we're just going to talk a little bit about some programming. The staff of the Indianapolis Public Library continues to focus on supporting lifelong learning in the city of Indianapolis. System-wide communication. We continue to hold meetings with staff at branch locations as well as departments. In February, the executive committee held meetings at the Wayne branch and the Martindale Brightwood branch. The area resource managers held its meeting at the Nora branch in February. Some updates on adult programming, the 2023 Marion McFadden Memorial Lecture with Sylvia Marino Garcia, of course, has been postponed until September the 28th due to unforeseen circumstances. The lecture previously scheduled for March the 16th has been postponed until 7 p.m. on Thursday, September the 28th at the Madam Walker Legacy Center. If you already had a ticket for the March 16 date, your ticket remains valid for the September date. The Seed Library. We held 10 seed packing events in February and 105 participated in packing seeds. 20,320 seed envelopes were packed at an average rate of 92 packets per person per hour. We saved about $60,000 by packing the seeds rather than buying them pre-packaged. Special thank you to all of the volunteers and staff who had taken the time to assist in the seed packing process to help make them ready and available for our patrons. We would not be able to do this without their help, so thank you. The immigrant outreach, the naturalization ceremonies at Central in partnership with the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, the League of Women Voters had 605 in attendance. We continue to hold English conversation circles in partnership with IUPUI. It met 4 times and had 58 people in attendance. People logged in from Sao Paulo, Brazil, Tacoma, Washington. The most diverse groups we had were Thailand, China, Ecuador, Mexico, Venezuela, Korea, Brazil, Burma, and Guatemala. Next, the Digital Inclusion and Technology team. We launched a Photoshop class and had an intro to audio editing with OB Auditions class for March and April. Registration is full and we had a wait list for that. And they had some comments from feedback from some of the patrons who attended the first class. Someone said that they appreciate the staff very patiently taught me everything. I felt more confident, and thank you so much for the opportunity. And another comment was the class was seamless and helpful, learned a few new things like editing photos side by side, making layers, and it was a great experience. Some other programs system-wide by branch staff in Central. They offered over 145 adult and senior programs and had over 2,040 in attendance. The Hallville branch held a job fair in partnership with the Hawthorne Community Center with a total of 60 patrons in attendance. The West Perry branch held 6 citizenship classes in partnership with the Burmese American Community Institute with a total of 60 in attendance. The East 38th branch partnered with Vita Tax, United Way, and IRS to assist patrons with taxes. East 38th Street branch personnel were able to help 549 patrons. Central presented a simple and affordable plant-based cooking class with Soul Food Project, and it had 19 patrons in attendance. The Martindale Brightwood branch offered 2 senior pop-up libraries in partnership with John Bonner Neighborhood Services. And then the last thing I had, which I think may have been mentioned by Fiona, was the Southport held 8 Pathway to Literacy classes in partnership with the Immigrant Welcome Center and had over 80 in attendance. And then next, I would like to invite up Miss Yana McGraw. She is the NDPL social worker, and she will be doing a short presentation on social services.
Sorry.
Welcome, Ms. McGraw.
Thank you. Can you hear me? I'll
Talk a little louder.
Okay, I'll try to be as
That's perfect.
quickly as possible, but have a lot of important updates that I want to share. Just give me a moment. So I want to first thank the board for asking me to come and provide updates on the social work program. I've been at NDPL for a year and 8 months and have a report that we have had a successful system-wide community resource fair with over 200 participants.
and over 50 community partners in attendance last year for the Maurice Young Community Resource Fair. That was our inaugural event. We continue to grow our partnerships with community partners that included Step Up, the Damien Center, Marion County Health Department, and other community partners. And the plan is to continue those partnerships and utilize their services to address the needs of our patrons. At Central, I continue to have dedicated office hours Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Fridays. The social workers are also providing branch support via email, referrals, and phone calls. I've provided staff training to Glendale branch, and this week I will be speaking with Eagle branch on training on how to interact with those with mental health, substance use, and those experiencing homelessness. Since my placement at NDPL, the system has hosted 9 intern students, 2 University of Indianapolis BSW students, John DeLeo and Jack Stallings. Ball State has provided 1 intern, Robin Berry, and IUPUI in Indianapolis has provided 1 BS student, Jennifer Carson, and 3 MSW students, Jackie Cook, Jay Sean, and Katie Bingham. I'm not going to talk about the past projects of students, but will highlight the current works of Jay Sean and Jennifer. Jay Sean has provided tabling every Monday at Central with agencies in the community. He's worked with our Veterans Administration, MD Wise, Shalom Health Center, Eskenazi Health Weaver, Care Source, and covering our families, new beginnings, and caring for our kids. The social work program welcomes any community partner that wants to come into the system to connect their valuable resource to the patrons we serve. Jennifer has provided support to West Indianapolis, started a bi-weekly event for patrons to learn about Alcohol Anonymous. This event provides the opportunity for patrons to receive literature and information on substance use disorders, create social support, and provide a safe, inclusive space for all. She has also participated in Advocacy Day at the State House on important issues such as homeless crisis and mental health issues. She engages with the library branches to provide information about events at Central. She also attends a number of trainings such as Narcan, protective orders, domestic violence, and many more. This summer, the West region of the region, all 8 branches, will have an intern that will support the region and lay the foundation for a model to utilize intern students that are placed in the system on a 2-semester practicum placement. The hope is to utilize the data to create a model to move forward towards a system-wide program. I will also be creating a social work intern job description that would attract students who are self-starters and have a desire to have a greater impact on social services in the library system. I continue to provide branch support at the following branches: West Indy, Eagle, Hallville, East Washington, and East 38 and Michigan Road. This past January, we had our first coffee and conversation. The topic was substance abuse and belonging. We had 15 participants that included staff and patrons. At this point, I want to take a moment and read some of the remarks from the surveys that the participants did. This is from a staff member that says, I love the video exercise and questions. Casey was a phenomenal presenter who offered a great blend of personal and raw experience and advice for the whole. From a preacher, this response is from a patron. It's a very good program to get different people sharing opinions and stories we all can learn from one another. Another response from a patron: nice gathering, friendly people, love the collage exercise. Another patron stated, very impactful in that it allowed transparency without being inhibited or judged. This is from a staff member. The speaker had a story that many attendees could relate to. Good choice. Everyone was engaged and shared some feedback. I missed the film. I hope this is available somewhere. I'm not sure if this is from a patron or a staff member because they didn't indicate, but they said, love all about today meeting and wish there was more like this. Please keep working with the public. And the last one from a patron: great motivation, know a lot of resources.
The next speaker for Coffee and Conversation will be in May, and the topic is domestic violence. Coffee and Conversation will have two other forums in the community at Central to address important topics that impact our patrons. The social work program continues to talk with various resources and want to continue building on the Monday table at Central and work with the Social Service Action Committee to bring in resources. We will have the Maurice Young Community Resource Fair again this year in the fall in October. Committee members are Elizabeth Schultley, Shelley Rich, Deandra Williams, Alexis Sims Barnes, Brianna Barnes, Jordan Hunt, Josh Crane, Erica Irish, Anna Korath, Patty Wallace, Emily Morrison, Barbara Ann O'Leary, and Nathan Weber and Valerie LaFay. We have grown our committee over 50% with representation in each of the regions of the library. What a well-diverse group of NDBL's hardworking staff giving of their time and talents to address the social needs of patrons in our community. My community connections is something that I thrive to continue to grow, and currently working with IHCDA, PBSO, Shalom Health Center, YMCA of Indianapolis, VA, the VA SAVE Training, Overdose Lifeline to build and connect patrons to community partners. Plans I can speak more to this evening are plans with IHCDA, which stands for the Indiana Housing and Community Development Authority. We plan to host two events this year, one in July to provide resources for IPS Professional Development Days, and also host a citywide resource fair at Central for resources for Marion County. The theme is Back to School Ready. We will have breakout sessions, a roundtable discussion, resource event, community vendors, teacher giveaways, and activities like cooking for healthy meals or meals on the go. With any new and unknown position comes challenges. Currently, library policy causes the hardest impacts against those with mental illness, substance use, and those that are unhoused. There is a lack of communication with me in the system, and often I'm learning of behavior concerned after patrons have been banned, kicked out, or received information from outside the system. Library suspensions are severe, quick, and the appeals process is private, and there's no one in the room to advocate for those that need help the most. It will be important that staff is educated on my role and that there's a model on how the social work role provides help to the system. Since my time in the system, there has been constant change in leadership. Some of them do not understand the role of the social worker. My suggestion is that leadership is educated on the changes in libraries and follow some of the publications put out by ALA. One is Wholehearted Librarianship. I apologize, I don't have that here tonight, but it's in the system to take out. And it's on finding hope and inspiration and balance. Another one that I'm suggesting, not only staff, but also the board, make yourself aware of libraries in the substance use crisis. This position is not unique to Indianapolis. This is across any library in the world, not only here in the United States, but in the entire world. Another book that I'm suggesting that everyone look into is Libraries and Homelessness, Public Library Service for the Poor, Doing All We Can. This book here gives some practical things that libraries can do to move the needle forward. I'm not sure what the future will look like when it comes to the social worker role. I know it requires more input and collaboration from me with those in the system at all levels. Changes and discussions happen at higher levels that I'm not a part of. But these discussions and decisions affect my role, and the decisions that are made diminishes the possibility for impact and change for those that need help the most. Such as discussions on harm reduction that was quickly squashed after John Helling left the system. I was told we don't want to encourage people to use. But let me educate those that don't understand understand what harm reduction is. Harm reduction is a set of practical strategies and ideas aimed at reducing negative consequences associated with drug use. It is also a movement for social justice built on a belief and a respect for the rights of people who use drugs. Contrary to what is currently being told to leadership that having Narcan in the system allows loved ones to have access so they can save their loved ones. The substance abuse crisis is seen in Indianapolis system daily in so many libraries across the nation. Libraries across the nation are addressing the issues, but libraries across this nation are addressing the issues, but I often feel left out of the process to address the concerns of the most vulnerable patrons. So as I close, it's important that the board continues to support my role, that you educate yourself on the ever-changing needs of the library and the patrons we serve. Los Angeles is doing it with mobile showers and washing machines. Memphis is doing it by hiring 5 social workers for a system of 19 locations. Kansas City is doing it with 5 social workers and 9 branches. Where we go from here requires your commitment, buy-in, and direction. As the month of March comes to a close and the end of Social Work Month, I want you to know this social worker is here to help you break the barriers that the system has created to reach those most vulnerable. I invite the board, staff, leadership to open the lines of communication and create a system-wide approach that addresses all needs for all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. McGraw. That was quick but extremely comprehensive. There was a lot to cover. Are there questions for Ms. McGraw? Yes.
I'd like to, it might be a motion that that we get those 2 books that she recommended.
I have many that are,
Oh, well,
I could read them all to you, but there's quite a few.
Well, we
that-
can't get all of them, but
Okay.
you picked the top 2.
I will do that.
And that they are purchased for board members.
So is that a motion?
That was a motion.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Can we do this by voice?
Yeah, I'm good. Sorry, I'm good with it. I think it's a great idea. Can we get the full list though? Like you
Yes.
pick out 2.
I
and-
mostly definitely will.
All right, thank you.
No problem.
When I asked you to speak before the board and I asked the board to ask you to present, I was wondering how we build capacity across our system. And you had shared before, and you said it again, that you feel left out. Now, there's a motion on the table, so I will ask a question after we vote on the motion. I have to remember that's the procedure.
Would everyone be okay if we take a voice vote? Do we have to
Yes.
do?
Yeah, remember participating remotely.
Okay, so roll call, please, Angie.
Okay, Mr. Biederman,
Yes,
Mr. Lane,
Approved.
Dr. Murtada,
Approved.
Dr. Payne, Ms. Tribble,
Approved.
and Dr. White.
Approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the motion passes and to purchase 2 of the books recommended by Ms. McGraw. And we will also be getting the entire list to share with the board so that we can see everything that you're recommending for us to do. Dr. Murtada?
Yes, just a couple of comments. You had named different sites across the country that are leading this work. And we want Indianapolis Public Library to lead the work as well, not be left behind. You named social issues, including homelessness. The homeless crisis is confronting this community now. Substance abuse crisis, domestic violence crisis. And so how do we begin to build capacity for the work that you're doing, much like other systems are doing so, especially since we have the ability to handle contracts and things of that type? How do we build capacity? I guess that's the first question.
I think one of the things I said that social work, the buy-in of the what the social worker can do. A colleague today did her dissertation to the IU School of Social Work on libraries and social work, and she has 3 models that she did her dissertation on. And I am meeting with her in a couple of weeks to kind of see what those models are. I feel like we need to take a model approach And that will give us the direction of where to go, and that could help build that capacity and for us to know what our capacity is. Because right now it's just me trying to figure it out. And I'm not saying I know everything, but I'm willing to do the research and do the work to figure out what that model should like and come up with a plan on how to move forward.
I'd like to make a motion that you share with, that we asked Yana to share with this board the model that, or some of the models that have been shown by the IUPUI School of Social Work, IU School of Social Work, doctoral dissertation.
And it's Mary Provence who did the needs assessment for my job when
I
Dr.
think I'm
Wade-
not being saying
Sorry.
it correctly. What's the problem?
No, I was, my indication was that could be a request from the board. I don't know that you need a motion to.
Don't need a motion.
Okay,
for it.
sorry. But it is, sorry, it is Mary Provence who did the needs assessment for my position currently with Dr. Whaler.
And that we see that model sooner rather than later, perhaps if you can, that we could see it much sooner. I think that's going to be important, but also the whole idea of being heard by the board. You say that you haven't been heard by leadership. I don't want you to name names or anything of that type, but I want to make sure that going forward, that you have an opportunity to be heard as an important part of the staff of this library. And that we provide that kind of consistency for you, just as we listen to finance, just as we listen to the other kinds of things that we're doing, that we also have that. Is that a motion, or what way do I need to handle that?
I was just wondering if it would be useful, Ms. McGrath, for you to regularly check in with one of our committees to give a report there that could come forward to the board, and that could also address those issues. So maybe DPHR, the Diversity Policy HR Committee, and maybe you could get on some kind of regular schedule to report into that meeting. And the committee can decide what kind of cadence you would want to do. But I think that would be a good way to stay plugged in, right? So that we hear from you on a regular basis. And that we can.
I think that's an excellent idea, Chair Tribble, because I'm on a committee for IUPUI right now in the University Library where we're addressing the code of conduct. And we realize that our code of conduct targets certain communities, specifically homeless people that come into University Library. So I think that's something that I think your expertise would really impact our policies and codes of conduct or community standards, things like that. So thank you.
You're welcome.
And I would hope that when you look at those different models, that you would look at one that's collaborative of several different ventures and organizations in the community, partnerships with universities or programs or other not-for-profits, because either way we cut this, we're going to need more than one person doing this. And that's always money. But there are other ways to deal with that without a budget stress. And I'm looking forward to the dissertation and what you bring, but I know there are ways to collaborate because it's a common problem. It's not our problem.
Right.
It's the community's problem. And all segments have a piece of that. And so I'll be interested in the collaboration, that kind of thing, so we can build a kind of network that would really help you to serve better and get you more help in the process. So that's what I'll be looking for in that whole thing.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You have 8 interns, you said?
I've had a total.
You've had a total.
I
of
currently
8.
have 2, and they're in the audience this evening.
Can we give them a round of applause?
Thank you.
I have
Thank
one
you.
more question for you.
Yes.
I know we're talking about how do you scale up, right?
Mhm.
Like, so how do we start to expand these services? But I heard you talk about harm reduction and a loss. Was that a loss in some of the services or the care that has been?
It has been an obstacle. Harm reduction ever since I've been here has been, we don't want to support their habits. but harm reduction doesn't mean we're supporting their habits. We're giving them some grace and understanding and supporting them as they move through that process of addiction.
Okay, and you said that it went down immediately.
I think because of the changes that we've had, like I've been here a year and 8 months, and that year and 8 months has been all turmoil, right? And I've
Yes.
had different leadership. So the leadership that brought me in understood the need of social work. And I think those that came behind them didn't necessarily understand or didn't have the opportunity to learn what I could bring to the table and how I could help in the process.
So I would just ask if the DPHR committee, if that could be one of the first things that you take up, because I heard a loss, right? I heard a reduction in something that we were doing, if I heard you correctly.
Yes,
And
you did.
so,
Yeah.
if we could talk about that early in your process and come back to the board about that issue.
And I think some of the things that I want to offer and contribute will help with some of the feelings of staff that reported this evening about their trauma and how they're feeling, will be very helpful in making it to normalize it. And not to say it's normal, but to normalize it, the behaviors and things that are seen in our system on a daily basis. No one signed up for this, but it is what it is. We are in neighborhoods where we have permanent supportive housing, we have recovery centers. So we have to realize that they are our neighbors as well
Right.
and provide those services.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we have the report on the climate improvement process by Mrs. Anita Harden.
Welcome, Ms. Harden.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hill, and good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Okay, so what I'm going to present briefly is the progress that we have made on the climate improvement recommendations since January. I'm not going to report on all of them, just the ones that we've made some significant progress, and let you know where we stand with those. So the first one, improve the Board of Trustees governance. And the part that we are responsible for is the part related to onboarding and orientation of new board members. The bulk of those recommendations are in your hands as a board. And I'm pleased to say that we had a pretty successful orientation of Dr. White last week, and we developed that on orientation process. And we're going to implement that with the next new board member, and each additional board member that would like to join us, we would present that. And it's based on the state library's guidelines and recommendations in the board manual and the public trust. So we based it pretty much on all of their guidelines, and it's pretty extensive. So we have moved the needle on that improvement from 33% to 50%. Next slide. Recommendation number 4 talks about updating and reinforcing the harassment reporting and investigation processes. And what we've done there is provided and introduced to the leadership and staff the HR formal training on harassment, discrimination, and retaliation, as well as, human resources staff received it, as well as management received it last week, and 2 very, very good sessions. So we moved that needle from 43% to 67%. And we'll continue to recommend that training as there's turnover in leadership and management. Recommendation number 6, enhance DEIA learning and managerial leadership training. Lots of work is being looked at in terms of educating various parts of the organization. So the public service managers, ARMS, CERC supervisors have all completed this training. So we have moved the needle there from 40% to 50%. And recommendation number 9, enhance internal communication practices and processes. That's really been a big issue. among the staff and leadership in terms of not feeling that they're getting all of the communication and information down the line. So we've really taken a look at how we can improve that. So we're reinstituting staff meetings, monthly staff meetings, and we're going to have DEI agenda discussions, part of each one of those. Certainly twice a year in-person managers meetings will take place, and DEI will be a part of that as well. Our newsletter, I think it's been dropped for about a year. So we're restarting that with our first issue coming out in April. And we're also going to restart our town hall meetings. And the first one will be this spring. We're shooting for April. And we talked about having those quarterly for a while. And then we'll reduce the frequency depending on how much communication needs to be shared. But we'd like to really get that started again because we got good feedback that people really like that and got good information. So we've moved the needle on that from 33% to 67%. And then as far as facilities, the strategy was to create a location-based intranet site page or dashboard informing branches of the maintenance work being done. And a list of short to medium-term projects is now listed in the Gantt chart format on the intranet under quick links. So with that going on, and that's going to be an ongoing process that would be updated periodically. And that we've moved the needle from 33% to 67%. And then finally, recommendation number 10, supplement current and future strategic plans with robust internal employee-facing DEIA plan. And with that one, we want to improve annual competencies around race and racism. Kim Ewers, our Chief Diversity Officer, has added DEI 101, Understanding the Basics. And we're welcoming libraries and trans communities, part 1 and 2. So again, that's an ongoing strategy, and the improvement has moved with that addition from 30% to 50%. Are there any comments or questions? We were thinking in terms of doing these updates, did we say quarterly? Quarterly to the board on, as we move we're using, this will be familiar to you, the dashboard needles, what I'm talking about, and that will be updated as we move through all of the recommendations with the expectation that those will be completed 100%.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I appreciate the update. I do know that one of the things around performance is that you keep it in front of you often. And so we've, in talking with Greg, first of all, thank you for getting the dashboard up and going. This is probably the anniversary. So last year around this time, we actually received the report with a total of 12 recommendations. The first couple specifically focused on the board. And we know our board's been in transition in a lot of ways over the last several months. And we still are waiting for a 7th member. But we are also have been in touch with our acting CEO and HR director to start looking at how, once the board is whole, in terms of all members being seated, we can go into training and team building and looking at how to improve our governance. And so these other items, we appreciate you highlighting for us, and also encourage our members, our board members, as well as our employees to check out those gauges that are on the website, right? They're on the website and you can see where we are on each of those recommendations. Are there any other questions or comments? Thank you, Ms. Harden.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up, we'll have a legislative update by Mrs. Deb Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. I'm actually Ms. Thank you, though. Thank you, Madam President and the board members for your long evening and your attention for just a little while longer. I've given you a handout about the legislative update, and also there's a copy of it up on the screen for the audience to see and for Mr. Biederman to see as well. So I'm going to give you an update on proposed legislation that's currently in the House and Senate that affects the library in one way or another, and or that we need to be aware of. So the first slide talks about three bills that are indirect impact to us, but we should be aware of them. The first one is the Dolly Parton Imagination Library that the state is going to be paying for. And this program is a program to provide a new, current, and quality book to children from ages 0 to 5. And this is something for us to be aware of because of our interest in early literacy. And we'll be explaining to our patrons about this program too. It's a great way to get children engaged with reading from an early age. It has been adopted by the House Committee. It's a Senate bill and is now heading to the Ways and Means Committee. HB 1281 about financial literacy is a bill to require students in all public and charter schools to complete personal financial responsibility courses in order to graduate, starting with the class of 2027. This is actually a really our strategic plan goal that addresses financial literacy is a great complement to this bill. So we're already in a position to be able to provide additional resources in our collection, and we're pretty excited about that. And also our other programming that we're offering for this. That has been passed by the Senate Committee. I'm sorry, it's on to the Senate Committee of Education and Career Development, and it's currently on their slate. HB 1608 Human Sexuality Instruction is a bill that says that schools may not provide any type of sexuality instruction to students from kindergarten through grade 3. However, it doesn't prevent school staff members from having conversations with students when they ask questions, but they won't be putting it in their curriculum. There is age appropriate materials for this age, and the library does offer those. So it's something to be aware that we will be able to supplement, families' needs to find those materials age appropriate for families. And this has been passed by the Senate Education and Career Development Committee as of today, March 27th. So we're in a position to help support all of those bills in one way or another. And then the next page is two bills that are direct impact financially for the library. And it's still too early to tell what the financial impact will be for us, but it's something that our finance department is keeping an eye on for if they are passed, and they will investigate how they will impact our library income and being able to manage our budget. So one deals with the homestead standard deduction, and the other one deals with circuit breaker credits and homestead credits and other things. They have both been referred to the House Ways and Means Committee. Okay, moving right along. HB 1167 deals specifically with the board's archival and streaming of meetings. So it is now going to be required for the board, any government body to provide live transmission for public meetings and to archive copies of the live transmissions with links to any meeting agendas, minutes, or memoranda. Good news is we're already doing all of that, but it codifies it. And we're in a good shape for that. It was also passed by the committee today, March 27th. Okay, now on to the really big one that everybody's wanting to hear about. Senate Bill 12 is a repeating legislature that we've seen in previous years. In previous years, it did not pass out of committee. This has legs this year, and it has moved out of Senate committee and has been referred to the House Committee and the House Education Committee. And what it does is it takes away protections of librarians in providing materials that are considered harmful to minors. And the definition of harmful to minors is vague and can be interpreted in different ways. A lot of the people who are pushing this and are supporters of it are anti-LGBTQ proponents, and that's a big problem for our library and our community. Now, in this current form, from moving from the Senate to the House, it does not include public libraries. It does not remove protection from public libraries, but it does remove protection from school librarians and school libraries who are our colleagues. It also requires them to have a procedure for an appeal procedure, a request or challenge procedure for parents to be able to request that materials be reviewed. It also requires them to provide a list of all the books in the library of a school library to a parent who requests it. So that's the current version of it. It is under discussion, and we do know that some of the senators and representatives do want public libraries to be put back into the bill, that the protections for public librarians be removed for criminal charges. And the criminal charges for this is a felony, which carries 2.5 years of jail time or fines of up to $10,000 for librarians providing materials that are considered harmful to minors. This is, like I said, currently referred to in the House Committee, and that's led by Representative Benning. And we have to, as a public librarian board, be careful about promoting one side or the other of this legislature. So when we talk about it, we can definitely, say people should look into it. But we are welcome. We do welcome, as a matter of intellectual freedom, both points of view. When we talk about this, we need to make sure we're inclusive of people who are proponents of it as well. What we've been hearing from our interactions or our state committees, ILF's interactions with different representatives and senators is that they're looking to remove anything involving sex from the K through 12 environment in the library. That teaching anything more about sex to minors than they already know is considered harmful. And that they want us to move things out of the under 18 section into the adult collection, which is what Hamilton East Library is doing, is leading the way, and they'd like to see all libraries in the state do that. And that's going to be things like literature, such as Looking for Alaska by John Green or The Color Purple. So this is a pretty radical legislature, and we have a lot of statements and beliefs that the library represents, and such as the fact that they're saying that we are providing obscene and pornographic materials to minors. We are doing nothing of the sort. We're very much against it. There are laws on the books that describe what obscene means, and we are following that as our guideline of building our collection. We, as libraries, are obligated to resist all forms of censorship, and we feel that librarians being charged with felonies is an inappropriate level of response to book challenges, and that's what's happening here. And that book challenges should happen at the local level, and it shouldn't be governed by the state. We have a very robust challenge review process. Just to remind you really quick what that is that when we receive a form, which we ask people to fill out the form, it asks specific questions so we understand what their concern is and how much they know about the materials, because a lot of times we hear they heard about it on the news and they didn't ever actually look at the item. So that form helps us understand where they're coming from and how we can respond. And that gets sent to a committee of the people who purchase the books, but also librarians from throughout the system. So we have, and it depends on the audience level. So if it's a children's book, it's children's librarians that review this. So it's a committee of librarians that review it. If has representation of African Americans, that we make sure that there's representation on the committees. And that committee follows a regular rubric of what we look at, such as professional reviews, community reviews, how much the book has been used in the library system before and by other people, what other libraries, peer libraries, own that book. And it's pretty thorough. What awards the books have received as well. And they then make a decision as a group and we respond to the patron. Now we've built in a appeal process so that if the patron is not satisfied with it, they can appeal it. And that goes to Mr. Hill and myself, and we ensure that the committee followed the procedure and that it is supported or supports our strategic plan or our collection selection policy. So we have a pretty thorough process involving a lot of people in reviewing the materials. We believe that parents are responsible for their child's use of the library and not the children of other families. That's kind of our principle. A lot of times when we respond to requests, we say that it's the parents' responsibility to use the collection and guide their children and their minors for that. And so a couple of other things of support that are happening, the ACLU and the national group campaign group called Every Library are now supporting Indiana in doing campaigns to object to this bill. And Senator Hunley recently borrowed children's books from our central library that are depicting a variety of family types that she's going to, bring to the Senate. And then the last thing is that we have a toolkit that we're updating to provide to all of our staff with talking points and bookmarks and information to help them respond to patrons that are asking questions about this. So that is my update for the legislative update, specifically SB 12. Any questions that I can answer for that? I know everybody's getting tired. It's late.
Just want to commend you for making sure that we do maintain some vigilance on this, because at one point librarians may be included. And I know that universities, we've taken a stance where we see the importance of taking a stance too and writing in. Your last point, though, I had a question. You wanted to make sure that we understood that as a board, we have to be careful in terms of our speech. Would you repeat that again so we can be
So
aware?
we are ethically obligated to support intellectual freedom, and that means both points of view. So we allow them in our workspace, but also we've been kind of advised by ILF that we have to be careful about calling, for action from the community to say, support or say no on SB 12. We can't take a position on doing that. And I believe there's a legal issue there as well.
As a board member, but as individuals.
As an individuals, you can, yes, yes,
We would-
exactly.
That's the same kind of doctrine that we had at the university and so at the school. So, but as individuals, we can speak. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for that. How would this, if this bill passes, how would it affect our shared system with the IPS?
The shared system is responsible for reviewing the items that are requested from the public library and are delivered to the schools. So there's a library staff member, a librarian there that is guiding students and placing holds to request things from the shared system. But they also are the ones that open the totes and open things. So if we see adult items that are inappropriate going to those students, it's the school librarian's responsibility to have that conversation with the students or the parents.
And then
It's such an important question.
and if this bill passes, materials in those libraries, in the school libraries and the IPS libraries, would they then have to be returned to the public library?
Well, they have their own collections where they purchased items and they would have to make decisions about that. And so things that are requested from us and checked out to their students do get returned to us automatically. And they're kind of the gatekeepers of when they check those out. So I want to suggest that there are many libraries across the country that have made statements about censorship and supporting staff and what they're doing. By the way, I meant to mention that if public libraries are included in this, it will also include programming and displays. And we've recently had a challenge to the Chris Gonzalez display in the central library already. They just want the whole thing removed. And because their child saw it as they were walking by. So this is something we will definitely hear about. Anyways, we have a draft proposal for a board resolution to support the staff in doing their work and stating that you're anti-censorship. And that's something that I'll be working with Gregory to bring to you at the next board meeting, if you're interested in doing that.
Absolutely.
Okay. Other libraries across the country, New York Public Library, for example, has their unbanned books program where they're providing teen books to students across the country with their app for free. And there's other similar programs like that. And this is something that I think that will help give the library system and librarians across the country, the system confidence in continuing to provide these materials and creating displays and having programs across in our system. So I thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms.
Quick
Lambert.
question, Deb?
Yeah.
You said we'd wait until our next meeting for that resolution.
Mhm.
Can that be expedited? Why do we have to wait till the next meeting, thinking that the Senate bill is going to be going forward to the House sooner? I just wonder.
Right. Well, because it would have to be voted on
Yeah,
and we don't have it ready for yet. It has to go through legal review.
absolutely.
So the next opportunity to vote on it would be at the next board meeting, unless there's another process that.
No, there's not another process. I
Mhm.
just wanted to know if there's any way that we could get our eyes on it.
Oh, okay. Yes, I can definitely share the draft with you.
That'd be very appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Deb.
Okay, that concludes the acting CEO report.
Great. So we are have a few more items on our agenda. Moving forward, there's no unfinished business, but we'll go to new business, election of officers. With the resignation of Curtis Bigsby, the vacancy has been created in the vice president position on the board. And according to the bylaws, we are required to hold an election to fill that vacancy at the next regular meeting of the board, which would be now. So the term for this position would be from March 27th today through the 31st, December 31st of this year. Then the election of a vice president is to be accomplished by nomination and roll call. So we will now commence that process. At this time, I will call for nominations from the floor for vice president.
I'd like to nominate Stephen Lane as vice president.
Stephen Lane has been nominated for vice president. Are there other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Ray Biederman.
Ray Biederman has been nominated for, from the floor for vice president. Are there other nominations for vice president?
I move the nominations be closed.
Is there a second?
Second.
The nominations for vice president are closed. The election of an officer requires 4 affirmative votes. So how will the roll call work? Will you?
I think it's just to have the board hold and you would name your preferred nominee. You have 2 nominees.
Right.
So when your name is called by roll call, you will vote for your preferred nominee.
Okay. Angie, please call the roll.
Yes, Mr. Biederman,
Ray Biederman.
Mr. Lane,
Myself,
Dr. Matata,
Stephen Lane.
Dr. Payne,
Stephen Lane.
Ms. Tribble,
Ray Biederman,
and Dr. White.
Ray Biederman.
so
We're just pushing it for the new member to come.
So the tally is 3-3. So there has been no election of the vice president, and the position will remain vacant until our next election. So we'll move on to resolution 15, which is a request for a change of meeting date for the April 24th, 2023 regular meeting of the board. We did receive in good time, within the timeline as stipulated in our bylaws, a request from a board member to change the date of the April meeting so that the member can attend. So you have before you resolution number 15, 2023. That notes that by our bylaws, our meetings are held on the fourth Monday of each month at 6:30, but that the board may, by resolution, adopt at any special or regular meeting, change the time, date, or place of any meeting. So the April meeting is scheduled for April 24th, 2023 at 6:30 at the Michigan Avenue branch. And due to various board members' inability to attend, the resolution reads that the board is desirous of changing the date for such meeting to a different date. We have left that blank. And I believe that, I know that I asked Angie to poll the board about April 26th as an alternate meeting date for the board. So, yes, we would take a motion or.
You have an incomplete resolution. It does not have a date in it. So I think, procedurally, there was a request. My understanding is that not all board members responded to that request. So I think the first question would be, are there members of, is everyone available on the 26th? That would be, if that's the date. If that was chosen, then you would vote on a resolution to change it to the 26th. Just because someone is available or not available doesn't mean they have to vote yay or nay on the resolution just because they're available. But that was the date that was floated. My understanding is that not everyone responded, so it might be appropriate to ask if everyone's available on the 26th. If that's the proposed date, could then be voted on as it relates to the move to the 26th specifically.
Okay.
Or some other date. I'm only proposing the 26th because that was what was floated previously.
Right. So is there a date, because I know that two other board members have already advised that they're not available on the 26th, right?
Yeah.
So is there a date after the 24th of April? Could we poll just to ask you to look at your calendar for that week and let us know if there is another date that you are available?
Madam President, what about the original date, the 24th?
The 24th is when we will meet if this resolution is not.
Oh, I see.
If
Okay.
this resolution does not pass.
Thank you.
That's our default.
Do you think we'll have the new member by the 24th?
As I understand it, the commissioners meet on the third Tuesday of the month. So, assuming them that they select that person by then, we should by the 24th.
And just to add to that, I think as we've seen today, there's the 3-3 stalemate on certain issues. And if we have full strength, we'll be able to have a decision on certain things. So I think it's important that we find a date that everyone could be there and we can start moving things forward on a lot of these important issues. So I'd really like to see some consensus around that, just from my perspective.
I couldn't hear very well.
You couldn't hear.
I didn't hear
There's
So what he said is that,
around
right,
what?
if we have a meeting where everyone, all 7 members are there, we can break some of the stalemates that
Right.
we have seen
Right.
in our voting tonight. And so that we can move forward with making some decisions as a board, if we're all able to be there.
Yeah, unfortunately, my schedule is cemented in place. I can't change.
The whole week,
Mhm.
okay.
I'm sorry, is the request to either go ahead and change it or leave it alone?
The request is to find an alternate date for the 24th that would allow the entire board to participate. So that would be the 25th, 26th, 27th, or 28th. Could we meet on weekends? No. No. Anytime after the 24th.
Leave it like it is.
What'd you say?
I said I would like to leave it like it is, the 27th.
21.
Are we supposed to meet the
24th.
27th?
24th.
It's the 24th. You want to leave it?
I'm
on the
looking at
24th?
March, sorry about that. I want to leave it like it is the 24th.
So procedurally, I mean, you have a resolution before you that has a blank in it for an alternate date. So I would suggest someone name a alternate date. And then the resolution can be placed before the board. And it would follow the normal process. Because you have a resolution. Unless there was a motion to take, the other potential would be to table the resolution. Those, you either need to complete it and take action on it. If it fails, you will stay at the date that's currently on the schedule. If it passes, it would move to the alternative date. Alternatively, someone could make a motion to table the resolution that is before you tonight. And if that was taken and passes, then the resolution will be tabled and the meeting would stay on the 24th. But you have a resolution that needs to either be acted upon or tabled, one or the other.
I'd like to make a resolution that we table this resolution.
Second.
You table it.
The motion's been made and seconded. Is there discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion. Yep, that's a roll call, please.
Mr. Biederman,
Approve.
Mr. Lane,
Approve.
Dr. Murtada. Dr. Payne. Ms. Tribble
Approve.
and Dr. White.
Approve.
Thank you.
So the resolution's been tabled and our next meeting date stands on April 24th. April 24th at 6:30 at the Michigan Avenue branch, Michigan Road branch.
Was that the last for new business?
Yes, it is.
I would like to make a motion to amend new business with a resolution.
That would require changing the agenda.
We previously treated request to add to the agenda as a motion that requires the vote of 4 members, not to modify the agenda. So
Correct. That's what I meant. I motion to amend the agenda to add a resolution to new business.
So a motion to amend the agenda requires the vote of 5.
that would be to suspend the bylaws. Our-
Okay.
Our previous interpretation has been motion to amend the agenda requires the vote of 4 members.
Okay. So do you What is the?
In order to.
The resolution is for the selection of a new chief executive officer, and I can read
You only have a
that.
motion, you don't have a second.
Okay,
So you need a second. And then
I'd like
He
to
doesn't
second
have
the
to-
motion.
okay, and so now he just was.
And so I will read the resolution and also pass out copies to all members of this board. I'll read it for Ray and I can send it to him through email. So, selection of new chief executive officer. Whereas the Indianapolis Marion County Public Library has been without a permanent director and chief executive officer since September 1st, 2021. Whereas during this period, the library has been well served by two interim CEOs, namely Mr. John Helling and Ms. Nichelle M. Hayes, and most recently by an acting CEO, Mr. Greg A. Hill. Whereas the Board of Trustees concluded an extensive search process for the library's next CEO, utilizing the services of a national search firm and a search committee with participation from a board constituency of the Indianapolis Marion County community. Whereas the board has reviewed the qualifications of the proposed candidate for the role of the CEO based on the candidate's training and proficiency in the science of library administration. And based on this review, the board has selected a candidate to serve as the new CEO of the library. Whereas Nichelle M. Hayes has previously served as the interim CEO of the Indianapolis Marion County Public Library and has the training and qualifications to be eligible to serve as a library director under applicable Indiana Administrative Code. Whereas the board has determined that it desires for Hayes to serve as the new CEO of the library. It is therefore resolved that the full Board of Trustees and the Chair of the Diversity, Policy, and Human Resources Committee are authorized and empowered to jointly and severally complete negotiations of an employment agreement by and between the library and Hayes, which actions shall be ratified by the board at a subsequent meeting thereof. It is further resolved that upon execution of an employment agreement and commencement of employment with the library, Hayes shall have all authority and responsibility given to the CEO under applicable Indiana statutes and the library's bylaws.
Okay, so
Madam President, can I call for a point of personal privilege?
yes,
Because so many people told me tonight that you expect me to break this thing. You read what I had in the paper when I joined this board. I changed my mind on that when I learned all the facts involved. And so we're just gonna have another tie and this is gonna be lost tonight.
What
Yeah.
facts did you learn? What facts did you learn that came out?
I can't share them with you at this time.
Why did the public? Why more? Why? What?
I will.
Give us
out of order, please. You're out of order.
I'm not asking you to trust anything out there.
That's fun.
You're out of order.
Well, this is why the board members don't respond to our.
Let us move on with the motion. We'll call for the question.
Call for the question.
So the resolution has been offered and seconded.
This is a motion to
This-
add this resolution to the agenda.
Okay, so it's a motion to add the resolution to the agenda. Any further discussion? Okay.
I just wanted to say, Dr. White, after seeing your email that you sent last week, disparaging Nichelle and her qualifications, I thought it was just very disappointing.
I'm willing to share that with the public.
I think you should share that email to the public, and we have some reporters here who would like to see it. And it's just,
But
we were
nothing-
really,
nothing was false in that, was all true.
but it was,
All true.
it didn't read
It
as,
wasn't popular.
but you
it's
still
all true.
didn't say what those facts were, that why
Oh,
you
yeah.
didn't.
The hell is this?
So there's been a request to call the
I'm sorry,
question. Mr.
I was still trying to make a point, I'm sorry. So, it's just, we were really hopeful for you, Dr. White. We were really excited about you and your leadership
And I told you coming in, the way I
And,
saw it from the public standpoint, it was no contest. You should have had the job. But once I learned all the information, I don't see it that way.
I'm not sure what that information, I'm just not sure what that was besides you just didn't,
I call for vote.
that you prefer a man over a woman. That was the only kind of like, then what were the facts? Cause that's all I got from that email and that's.
You're way
Oh,
afield.
no.
I
So-
just- that's
Yeah,
all
So
I got.
point of order, fellow board members, the motion has been made. It has been seconded. We're going to call the question. And Angie, would you please call the roll? And the motion is to add this resolution to the agenda. And go ahead.
Mr. Biederman,
No.
Mr. Lane,
100% approve.
Dr. Matata,
100% approved because there's a difference between leadership and management.
Dr. Crane,
Amen and 200% approved.
Ms. Tribble,
No.
and Dr. White.
No.
So
You got another time.
the motion failed for lack of majority. And the resolution will not be added to the agenda.
Madam President,
Yes.
they asked to see why I took this position. And because I had the other thing in the paper when I first came on, I probably should have in the paper why I changed my mind. And if they want openness, I'm willing to give them openness. And with a reporter that's going to copy what I wrote verbatim, I'm willing to share with the whole public because I want to sit it in a way. So if that does not compromise the adequate and protocol of the board, I can break this being afraid to share why I took that position. But I want the people who made those statements to know I came into this to support Michelle because I thought it was ridiculous. But after learning all the facts, that's not the way I see it anymore. I want them to know why. So if the board is not objecting to it, I can give my whole message that I sent to all the board members. I can send that to a responsible reporter and the whole community, not only this group, because we always talk about the whole community. I want the whole community to know. So it won't be this group, everybody.
And if that's the
you
case,
can
then I
share
want
it
to
to
make sure
Colin.
that my response
Yeah.
to that
And
letter would be.
she had one too.
That's
right.
So my
And
question
Colin is
is,
right
my
here.
question is to council and whether or not that is appropriate in terms of board correspondence. That also includes an employee.
It'll be both aspects, not just Dr. White's.
Yeah, it can be both letter, her
Right.
letter and my letter, so the
That's right.
community can look at our rationale, but it's not like we're hiding something from you.
No.
You have been. The whole
I'm not talking about the board, I'm here for the first time tonight.
You can say you're not.
Order, please. I'm waiting to hear from council.
Madam Chair, my preference would be not to give a legal opinion by the seat of my pants, sitting here in an open meeting. I don't have the email in front of me. I have reviewed, I don't know if I've reviewed the entirety of the
You've seen
correspondence
them all.
because I was not copied on the email, so I
No,
don't
you're
know.
not.
I don't know if I've seen the entirety of the response. Prior to advising whether it would be legally advisable to release that, I prefer to have an opportunity to look at it, make sure that there is no information that creates legal exposure to the library by having that released. That's my obligation as your counsel. And that would be my preference to do that outside of a public meeting or to determine if it could be redacted. So that any information that could create exposure to do that would be my preference.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown. One of the things that I would like to say is that this I feel some sense of responsibility to think about the correspondence that goes from an employer to an employee. And the idea of sharing that publicly feels out of bounds to me. And it is part of the reason that people are still having these questions. I've never participated in an employment hiring process where people outside of that process asked why I was or wasn't hired. That is something between a hiring authority and the person who is applying.
This is the
And so
public library.
It is the public library, but we are still talking about a person who has a career and who needs to be considered as an employee. If it's something that she would want to share, then I think that's different. But I would definitely like to make sure that council reviews this process or reviews what the contents of that email stream before a decision is made.
And
I would also like to recommend that we share more of the comments that have come to us as a board. For example, at 3:58 today, we received another email from a strong supporter, and we don't read these anymore. And that became a process of a decision that we all did not vote on. That was a decision that was made arbitrarily. In the past, we would read all of these comments and it was decided not to. I have read these comments one after another, after another, after another. And I think it's important that our public understand and have heard these many, many comments that have come forward to the board. Just before coming here, I was reading another one. So how do we reckon this reading of and commenting about individual like Michelle Hayes for or against, but it's hitting the news, it's hitting everything that we're doing. And yet we say we're being transparent. We're not being transparent when we don't read what comments are coming into us.
if I might, if I might, there are the open door laws and Public Records Act in Indiana give two categories of documents that are not produced. There are documents that a public agency shall not produce, not may not if you want to, you can, shall not produce. There are a list of documents that are shall not produce, or topics that shall not be produced. There are a list that are discretionary, that an agency may choose to withhold if they meet certain criteria. I would be doing you a disservice as a board if I gave you advice without reviewing the documents about whether or not those fall in the shall not or may not disclose.
The discretionary.
The discretionary. To the extent they are a discretionary action, then that is we can talk about how that discretion is exercised or not exercised. But I believe that's an appropriate discussion for, first of all, an informed discussion. And then secondly, I believe that is a discussion for the board to have potentially, and I haven't looked at this either, maybe a discussion to have potentially in an executive session to have that discussion.
Well, we tried to have that and that was canceled. I will yield to the attorney. We pay too much money not to listen to the man. But either way you go, it's okay with me.
So it won't happen tonight. We will seek counsel's advice in terms of the best way to deal with it. This board has been called to an executive session. It was scheduled and our members elected not to show up. So we did not have
Not to show up.
we did not have a quorum to hold the executive session when those items could have been discussed.
I requested to be accommodated and you refused to accommodate my schedule. So I
So-
just want that to be on the record.
So we will move forward with the meeting tonight. And we will wait to hear advice of counsel. And if it's advisable, then we can schedule an executive session to have a discussion as a board. And come to a decision about disclosure of the information. So,
You know, Just point of personal privilege. I think it would be a wonderful exercise that if we did get permission to be open, that my professional colleague and I do counterpoint in the newspaper and article. Because I'm gonna tell you what, you're talking about open discord, and nobody's really wrong. Nobody's really wrong. It's just that people are approaching this from different points of view. We don't want to hurt anyone, but I agree with the attorney. We can't compromise the organization.
right. So I believe that we have reached the end of our agenda. The notice of our next regular meeting. Oh, we do have future agenda items. Are there any discussion items for the agenda for our April meeting? Anyone would like to bring up? Hearing none, we'll move on to notice of the next regular meeting, which is Monday, April 24th, 2023 at the Michigan Road Branch Library, 6201 Michigan Road at 6:30. Is there any other business to be discussed? Hearing none.
But not, I guess we're not.
Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? This meeting is adjourned.